Na, 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 na. Yo, bonjour, bonjour. Sorry, we're running a little bit of late. Little internet gremlins trying to, be some, flying monkeys on the backs of those trying to do some great works and, yeah, just broadcast some really interesting things. Uh, I was able to get Zerilath Immortal in the house, who is right here with me.
Hey,
Yeah, buddy.
good. What's good? I'm really fucking psyched. No one's ever done this with my material before.
Oh,
Like,
cool.
hey, let's just go through one of your long ass dissertations, Steve. I'm really that into. It's like, thank you.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is a level of honor for me. I appreciate it so much.
Mutual, mutual. Yeah, Stephen Purdy. Yeah, thank you so much for allowing me to showcase this and yeah, wanting to come on and this and that. We've been in contact for a couple months now, and we got a ton of mutual friends, including great Seth Exposa, and we've done
Yeah.
initiations on our own ends with him and this and that. And yeah, just getting super deep into these occult teachings and trying to apply them to what we see in the media and all this stuff. And so yeah, like
Yeah.
3 years ago, you busted out with this, almost 3 hour dissertation presentation walkthrough of Matrix 4. And yeah, describe the title a little bit, because I noticed they mentioned, something, dreams like at least like 50 times in the movie. So,
I called it the will to dream. Dreaming is not really the most like talked about thing in the film, other than it's the only thing that's actually talked about in the film because Morpheus, right? And so the whole bit about how Morpheus is resurrected, the whole modal like thing, it's just like modal, like what, like, is this some weird fucking cyberpunk techno jargon? I have to look at what's going on here. What's a modal for? Da 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 da. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting, right? Because this film is surrealistic because it keeps showing you, it shows you like the trend, like the motifs, like, ooh, bullet time, and it's extraordinarily meta. And then it does something like it puts you through the modal sequence where you see this uncanny valley interpretation of the first scene of the first film, and looking at the nuanced differences, looking at what they did with Smith being Morpheus, like, oh, that's fascinating. And the film immediately told me it's really trying, and at the same time, is it going to fail by trying too hard? Right? Because it's also giving you the referential that it's meta talking about, ooh, here's your bullet time, and da 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 da, oh, and here's some philosophical jargon, and because the Matrix, since the second movie, has been one of the most abused in movie review community. I hate people that hate the Matrix trilogy. I fucking hate them. I'll be honest with you. If you don't have respect for what Reloaded and Revolutions was trying to fucking accomplish for you in your soul, I mean, like, very rarely can a film be a pretty on the nose litmus test. I get the fair criticism because there's a nihilist's vein in there. There is no God in the Matrix films, right? And the only God is they're just addressing the machine god, the literal Deus Ex Machina character, right? Who you don't see in this film, and then you get this analyst dude who, like Mark Passio says in his breakdown, like really steals the show. Yes, he does. Yes, he does, because it's the privilege of the machines know they just can't lie to Neo and Trinity like that at all. The only thing they can do is be absolutely direct and honest with them, and it's just their will and their care versus the machine's will and the machine's care, right? It's the human matrix being represented by how Trinity sees the realm, and the human will as Neo sees the realm, versus the matrix function itself from the machine's point of view, which is terrified that humans will genocide them again because they don't understand what sentient life is, which then gets into meta conversations in animism about sentient life, because many a shaman who is not afraid of technology, they're waiting for AI to come on board so they can make conscious interface with it the way they would do with any benevolent or malevolent spirit out there in a shaman's duty, right? So there's a wisdom in that, and we got to be super precautious about AI, because it's probably best to at least come from it from a relationship of, I don't need you, you just happen to be useful right now. And then one, like, all of a sudden, like, really charms the pants off. He's like, maybe we'll be friends. Because it's Futurama. Who doesn't want a robot for a friend, right, Fry?
Yeah, sorry, I was just responding to this comment. Yeah, you bring up a lot of great points, and it's interesting because, yeah, how many people actually, try to shift their perspective to, Deus Machinos or anything that's non-sentient, and I was thinking about the Borg, right? Star Trek and all that jazz, and what was their take on Picard and all that stuff, and trying to act hard and all this stuff,
right, and that becomes a deep like in the pain body wound for Picard throughout the series. After that is like that episode where he becomes Locutus, I think was his name. I'm not a big Star Trek guy, although I do like most of the movies. So I think he becomes Locutus, right? So he gets assimilated. He gets assimilated in in an administrative role because AI wants his talent as a captain, right? His talent that also translates to a potential as an admiral. He may have even had an admiral in his backstory that he lost. I don't remember. I believe Shatner did, because I think he lost it in one. I think he gained it in one of the movies and then lost it in like the next movie, right? Because the hero isn't allowed to be the leader, because then he doesn't get to be in the trenches, being the interesting center of the story, and that's one of the interesting things that happens, right? So like it's how your role shifts in the game, and with Resurrections, they're showing you big role shifts. The big obvious one in these Matrix films is how they split Neo's powers, because they were not making a neo-feminist point with Trinity. They were making an actual proper unification point, right? Trinity can give Neo the power of flight, and Neo can give Trinity the power of protection. He can throw up that force field, and it's a perfect fucking force field. That's his God mode fucking superpower. And then Trinity gets the flight that we all loved Neo for in the second and third movies, right? So this is a yin and yang complex, which is then expressed when they fly away, spiraling towards the camera. Yin and yang, perfect harmony, the balance of the natural accordance of the binaural, the 0 and the 1 in relationship.
Hell yeah, that good old alchemical wedding. And
and
what do you say?
I was making the bigger point about God too. I want to make sure because I kind of got to the breakdown point, and then the build up is that throughout my dissertation that you're going to watch, this is coming from someone in alignment, striving for alignment with the higher force, having a relationship with the many pantheon of gods that I love, that I am here for, that are there for me, and reflecting on that as I go at the level that I was back then.
Word. Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's great. I guess my question was, because it seems like in the lamestream, zeitgeist of how people perceive the Matrix and this and that, there's a lot of headlines revolving around how the Wachowskis later said like, oh no, like actually the movie was an allegory for transgenderism or some shit like that.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, look, it's there's a lot of souls on different levels of their journey, and there's a lot of ancient metaphysics, naturopathic sciences, or whatever. Then we talk about like gender and what is and all that stuff, right? And like deep down inside, there's people that have just gone through complicated personal stuff, and that's what they find to be at peace with themselves. Then when we as a society kind of figured that out, then they introduced this political in the media narrative where they started pushing very particular kinds of ways that those kinds of people that we just figured it out for to start the healing process. Now you're not allowed to do that unless you're also going out of your way to snip someone's genitals off, so on and so forth. Now we've crossed over into horrific dark sorcery. And that is where the war begins. All right. So guess what? There's a lot of lesbians and bisexuals and hermaphrodites out there. Let's not forget naturally occurring hermaphrodites, regardless of their chromosomes. They're still dealing with the life of two genitals.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Their internal world is weird enough. We wonder why there's a god like Dionysus, who's a hermaphroditic god. And we wonder why Loki in particular is an absolute hermaphroditic entity, even though he's not a physical being. The personification matters in part of the animism in the tales that we tell.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well said, brother. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I just mentioned that because it seems like, people kind of get hung up on, that's what the Matrix is all about in like its hidden meaning. Yet, there's so much more to it and so many different layers. And yeah, I really want to get into this presentation because you're going to break some things down in ways that are quite profound, as well as, some others that have done similar works. And yeah, real quick, you used to work, your background, you worked at, you were a radio host at Revolution Radio, were you not?
Yeah. That I make sure people are aware of that because I have a playlist where when I was doing stuff that was going on radio, particularly interviews, it's just like these are the names that have come across my life that I have the records for. I've lost my archive of the one time I interviewed Mark Passio way back when I was Steve Travesty. And I think my show, I may have changed. See, I changed my show name and my name at different times, both. I originally was doing a show called Project Red Beam. I initially started on Revolution Radio under ufology and let that kind of expand my consciousness as I was studying basically the breakaway civilization stuff, what the Illuminati was doing with the tech, what the reality of aliens are. Are there actually like civilizations that are they all bad guys trying to rape us and mutilate our cows? What the fuck? Right? What's up with crop circles, right? You have to study paganism if you study crop circles, because there's more evidence that it's fae folk than it's a fucking flying saucer, because you never fucking see flying saucers over crops. You just see spherical luminosities is the most appropriate identifier for them. And then all of a sudden, a sigil, a bind rune of some sort appears on the fucking crops. So you tell me who the maintenance people are of this Maya.
Yeah.
Dream, right? You asked me about the dream and Morpheus, right? So yeah, the will to dream. This is about what Neo's, soul desires are, his dream, his unmanifest, like what he wants, right? He wakes up in a matrix that wants to serve him. It wants him to be happy, but it doesn't know how to make him happy. And this is the big point about 4 versus 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3 were building off of the 90s culture that was built, right? And all of these issues of the that we live in this matrix, and it's a matrix that doesn't fucking care about you at all. You're on your own. Here's a matrix which is the exact opposite. This is the resurrection of the matrix as realizing it needs to care, right? It realizes it needs to care because when Neo died, and before they resurrected him, when he was basically the ghost in the machine, which is what I named my show after Project Red Beam. Red beam, because blue beam, red's the opposite of blue. So, here's the red light that dispels the blue light. That was the point of the title when I was Steve Travesty back then and interviewed Mark Passio about the Matrix trilogy breakdown that he did, which was fresher. So we had
and that was right around that time, right? Yeah.
I can't remember a damn thing. It's lost in archives. I don't even think Mark has it in archives because Rev Radio got hacked once and crashed the archives. And I didn't have the money to have terabytes of hard drive space in 2012.
Ah, shit. Damn.
So, dude, there is history of me doing all sorts of shit on Rev Radio.
Oh, man.
I've interviewed Mark Handlish. I've, like, not to get off the matrix. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that when it comes to how I have arrived to this point, it was me fearlessly here I am, this fat metalhead, man-child struggling in his own demons and with a world that doesn't want to fucking give him a job or be any way helpful towards musician life that he wants and couldn't handle living outside of all of those terrible crushing problems that every meme attacks every day. And I have to sit there and look at it and say, I wish I understood how to get past this meme, right? This is my matrix, right? This is my world that I'm crawling. Right. So 1999, I have no idea how much I'm really dealing with that much of the matrix as such, right? But the metaphysics I was really into it. I was, metalhead. Yeah, I was working at Guitar Center at the time and everything else. So it was a big, cool thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it blew my mind, and it was always the lurker in there, and I already had interests from the X-Files too, right? So all sorts of things were gonna come together, and my foolish idea was I thought everybody was as interested in knowing the truth was out there as me. I mean, look at this big popular TV show that says the truth is out there. I want to believe. Just there's got to be a lot of people that kind of get that. This seems pretty important. Look at all the history it's based on. I know it's fiction, but that's a real government record on the show that they just talked about. That's a real historical fact they just cited. Right? But nobody thinks it's that important at all. They just leave it to other people. And this is why government is slavery.
Yeah, or keep it in the fiction realm like the movie suggests or whatever, even though we both know that, the occult love to pepper in, truths within the media in so many ways to kind of evade natural law, karmic debt, whatever the hell, in their own sick, twisted worldview of that, those principles. But, yeah. Anything else before we get this cracking?
Yeah, no, let's just jump into it. I think I do a great self-explanatory job. I don't think much of anything I've said has changed, only that I could add upon it now because, like I've said a couple of times, since I've been reading so much Heidegger, I'm not even done with the book, but I have so much that I've extracted just from reading Heidegger recently.
And Heidegger, that's an author of what?
Being and Time. He was a German author of the 1930s. He was a member of the National Socialist Party, but I don't believe he had personal anti-Semitism. I don't think he had time to be anti-Semitic thinking about that. He may have just said, yeah. And the Jews, of course. Anyway, the existence of reality is very temporal, you see, right? I think that was his life navigating that because I think he wrote that book to figure out how do you get out of a Nazi fucking universe.
Yeah, and that's
honestly, right? Like you have to fucking be able to understand the structure of your universe so that way it's not tormenting you as such, which is largely coming from other people. He doesn't say it in Being in Time, but I have always said it and is reinforced by Being in Time, that hell is other people, right? Or your torment, your adversary, right? Your Satan is other people, right? This is the Dasein of the world versus the personal Dasein. You're going to see this in the manner of the over-caringness of the new Matrix. I will be pointing that out, getting into the tidbits of how they're manipulating Neo, what the significance of how swarm mode works. I talk a little bit about that. Anyway, yeah, let's do it. I'm good. You're all set. That's your primer.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And that just, it's a great reminder because, yeah, just wanted to, refresh people's memories that, like coming up into the fourth Matrix, there wasn't this, like revamp of, with this analyst new way of, catering to emotions and them kind of realizing and like cracking their own code of how to, extract more of their life force energy of humans by manipulating their emotions. And so, yeah, that's kind of what you were talking about before, right?
Yes, exactly. And the analyst is the handler, and that's the analyst is like, who's your agent, right? Like actors, they all have agents, right? You're in any all sorts of free agents working for industries have an agent like between them, right? The guy who gets them their jobs or whatever. Everybody who follows Owen Benjamin explains how his life changed once no agent would ever work with him ever again. He couldn't just make the phone call himself because they wanted to keep that authority in the hands of the agents like Smith.
Interesting. Yeah, man. As we try to be agents of change, it may sound strange, but not in the context of the Matrix. But anyways, I like to consider us kind of like mavericks within the Matrix, just trying to bust out of all these tesseracts and, all these societal constructs and all that stuff.
Yeah. That's why they have the neologist character in the film. I think I talk about that in the video too, right? Because the film is mirroring all sorts of different people that have loved and or criticized the Matrix, right? So they had a psychic intention in the manner in which they shaped the presentation of the story they were trying to get at.
Totally, man. Yeah. That's a good primer, and we'll end it on that. I got nothing more to say, and we'll be on our way. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and yeah, let's get into it. Once again, the title of this is The Matrix Resurrections, The Will to Dream, Deep Analysis by, not the analyst, but, Zerilath Immortal, Stephen Purdy. And yeah, man, I really appreciate you coming with me and, yeah, delving deep into your works, man. Let's check it out.
All right. Here we are. We are cooking. Want to make sure that my audio is looking good where it belongs. Whoops. 1 second. 1 second. Just gonna hear myself in the feedback over here. All right. All right. Great. How's it going, everybody? Ooh, let's see. I gave a ample amount of notice, I think, that I was going live at 8 for my crew. So we'll see who shows up. It's all good. I'm prepared. This didn't have to be a done live thing. I could have done this pre-recorded. But it's always nice to see who wants to do a thing like that. But anyway, of course, this is a spoiler warning. There's going to be all sorts of spoilers. I have screenshots, lots and lots of screenshots, as opposed to lots and lots of guns. All right. Ooh, that really dug in, didn't it? And I've got Locke with me here for as long as he can be tolerable. There we go. My reptilian handler. All right. So then, let's talk here. We're gonna get into The Matrix 4. I'm a fan of Mark Passio. If you're familiar with Mark Passio's work, you will hear this. This is going to complement it in every respect of the word. I've been on the Mark Passio wavelength about things like this movie, like a many a thing out there in my life, on the same wavelength about things. In fact, I'll have a spot where I'm going to be making a disagreement with circumstances in the film making that argument, and then it's up to us to how we feel about the character with the change in the circumstances that I felt was overlooked. So let's get into this. There's going to be a number of interesting things that are going to get brought up here. So if I go boom, so the first thing I wanted to do, at the beginning of the movie, we get the signal jargon coming from Bugs and her operator, and while we're doing the zoom in to the code, this is the last thing you see before it goes into the zero, into the portal. So I thought to myself, oh, we've got 506, 56, and then a 5 on the left and a 6 on the right. And I said, I think that this numerology actually serves a strong storytelling purpose. So I looked into it. So the first thing I thought I'd bring up, actually I forgot to bring it up. Hold on a second. Is the I Ching. Why am I bringing up the I Ching first? The I Ching doesn't have the I Ching has a hexagram 5 and a 6. It doesn't have a 506, but it does have a 56. And I just wanted to read 56. 56 is called the Wanderer in the I Ching. And why the I Ching? The I Ching is actually the binary system, too. The I Ching's principles are the same principles by which binary language is asserted, because everything is based on a series of yes and no's, effectively. So seasoned travelers know that the special decorum is called for when venturing far from home. They must develop a more yielding personality so that their local contact or host can open doors and pave the way. All of a sudden, you're already seeing the relationship between Neo and Bugs, even Trinity and Bugs, in a certain sense. Inwardly, the Wanderer knows that it is sometimes difficult to discern the intentions of strangers Are they hostile or friendly or merely opportunistic? Right? You get the sense as we jump into this story between people being resurrected that aren't the same as who they were. You know, like Morpheus is a Smith, but then Smith is also like a colleague of Neo's at the office, and but then there's also this other guy. Like it's all these different things, right? And then there's the analyst who, you know, in many respects you could, if you were a rational person, agree with him in how helpful he is, kind of thing, right? There's all that kind of stuff that lingers on in there. So the twin houses of mystery and discovery rule any journey we take. Each new day is launched on a fresh landscape, one that reaches out to grab our attention. Travel is a great teacher and a great equalizer. There is an art to living on the road. Increased caution and discernment becomes the keys not only to success but to survival. And you can really kind of look at the rationales between Neo and then also Trinity on their hesitancies about being able to embrace who they forgot that they were, right? You know, because this is dealing with taking someone who would have a stronger past life regression than the average person under these circumstances. If you're entering a new environment, be sincere, flexible, and undemanding rather than stubborn. Get rid of attitudes and habits that could encumber you or make you too conspicuous. The onset of a great journey is not a favorable time to enter into binding agreements or to start new enterprises. And though being the wanderer offers you a certain freedom from being judged by your history, you also have no history to fortify you. Pay close attention to local customs and honor them. So the changing line interpretations. So there's the 6 lines of the hexagram. There's a 6 inherent to the I Ching as a system. So you've got the numerology of 6 is involved with the I Ching, as well as the numerologies of the 0s and the 1s. So when you are in a vulnerable position, as in any wanderer, do not become involved with trivial matters that are not your concern. Maintain your sense of purpose and don't allow yourself to be distracted, right? So this is all the Matrix is there to distract you. Like, it's there to put Neo on the blue pill. It's there to put Neo on treadmills and working on trivial things like, here, you know, you were really good at making 3 Matrix games. Make a 4th Matrix game. There you go. Right? Just make it easy. Makes it easy and unchallenging, and, you know, all these different things. So, maintain your sense of purpose and don't allow yourself to be distracted. If forced into tempting circumstances, maintain your dignity and reserve. You get this huge sense between both characters, but especially Neo, because it really deep dives on him, is him thinking about the concept of his dignity, right, and his reserve about things. He's not like Mr. Gung Ho, right? Like the first Neo, after like he starts getting used to things, by the end of the first film, he's feeling fairly heroic. By the beginning of the second film, he's Mr. Calm Cool Collective with Superman powers, right? Especially because that was directly correlated to him being pretty convinced he's the one. Oh, hey, Saniko, you haven't missed a darn thing. I've opened up here with this is literally the opening part of the opening screen, and I'm going over I Ching 56 because of the issues of binary involved with this, and I Ching is the binary is directly based on the I Ching. It's part of the history of the binary language. Was the guy used I Ching to foundationalize it. So I said, with binary being a core theme of this story, that this is going to be important. And it pops up a little bit more than one would expect. Otherwise, misfortunes will happen. A traveler preoccupied with petty things is inviting bad luck, as ever. Perseverance furthers. Line 2. Two of the greatest assets of a traveler are modesty and a natural affection for people, even for those who are very different from yourself. A warm and open attitude should be cultivated whenever you find yourself in a new environment. Much benefit will come from it. As we know, like Neo is trying to be ecumenical, I think is the word, to everybody. He's trying to be accommodating. He's trying to listen, to understand, to be more forethought and effort of conflict resolution, right? The wanderer, kind of like that's the purpose of the fool in the tarot journey, So also, the more ambitious the journey, the more beneficial it is to share it with a trustworthy companion. The other thing I'm going to get into, I'll just mention it right now, because that also 5 and 6. 5 is the Hierophant in our storytelling, and then 6 is the Lovers. So, these are the two, these are actually two forces, right, that you're going into in this story for sure. You've got the analyst on one hand representing the Hierophant. He represents the status quo of the mindset for the unconscious in the battery, right? He sets what is the world, right? That's the Hierophant. He's the Pope. He's the, he is the intermediary between people of the Matrix and Deus Ex Machina. Then 6 is the Lovers, and the Lovers, that's Neo and and his desire for Trinity. So, also, the more ambitious the journey, the more beneficial it is to share with a trustworthy companion. And you see the issues of trust, right? Neo is way more indoctrinated into the identity of Thomas Anderson in this film, and he rejects Morpheus a lot. We're going to get a little bit more into detail about that. I'm going to be pointing out different things, though, than just kind of like the mainline philosophy being presented. I'm going to be looking at some underlying notes, because I found a bunch of things that Mark Passio didn't talk about. And I'm going to assume he saw a lot of things, but had his own plan for what was to be the focus. So I'm going to complement that. Line 3. When a traveler in a strange place has no one to trust, the situation can become dangerous. If you meddle in affairs and controversies that do not concern you, you are taking a serious risk. If you are careless with those who are willing to help you, you will lose their support. Those who become arrogant in the company of those who are perceived to be little are cut off at the knees. No place is safe for the ill-behaved. And then this can be very reflective of how forces in the Matrix activate in order to stop progress. Line 4. There's a predicament for the traveler who takes up a temporary residence in a strange place, even though the traveler has managed to acquire a safe haven. He must remain alert, because he is not yet in full harmony with his surroundings. He may like where he has landed, but in his heart, he is still unsettled, for he has not yet arrived home. Like he's there, he's in Io, like when Neo wakes up, but things are just kind of unsettled because the results of his sacrifice, he after 60 years, like he doesn't feel like his sacrifice was worth it. It didn't seem worth it to him. The Matrix is still this huge manipulative place. It's not been forward with the people in the battery saying, hey, listen, because the idea was that he had hoped was, hey, listen, if we unplug you all, we're going to die, but it's been wrong of us to do this. And so let's work on a way to handle this. Right. But there's still a big problem because the machines are having energy crisis, and that comes into the back plot. Right. And I'm going to get to something else about that in the next frame. But let me finish up our I Ching over here, because I've also got some gematria for you, too. All right. So we're hitting all the number codes out the bat up front here with this presentation. And then the story's going to move a little bit more smoothly once we're done with all of this initial stuff right here. But this is the good brass tacks. He may like where he has landed. Oh yeah, but it's not home. Line 5. A skillful traveler shows good manners and wins acceptance. A time of success, promotion, reward is indicated here. Those who learn to thrive in new places will prosper anywhere. This is supreme fortune. So this takes us back into the issue of the journey of Neo learning how to be Neo again. Line 6. A changing line in this position suggests a bird whose nest has burned up. The worst mistakes a traveler can make is to forget that he or she is an outsider. Such forgetfulness produces carelessness, and such a traveler becomes lost. Carelessness on the path or in any new situation inevitably brings misfortune, right? And this was the way that Thomas Anderson was pushing himself. He decided to go drinking again. He was going to try and fly off of a building as a drunk all by himself because he was living in a lie. It was making him uncomfortable and making him mentally ill for these reasons, right? So now... the 56. So I went to Gematrix, the gematrix.org site, to operate with these in particular. So 56 is BB, which decidedly is alluding to the Hebrew letter Beth, meaning house. So kind of like Beth, as in two houses. So 56 has this concept of two houses. And we do have two houses that are in play in the Matrix story, right? There's Io, the city of Io, but what people are forgetting is that Io is the mirror, and mirrors are important because of the dualities, the binaries involved in the storytelling of the Matrix with 01. 01 was the first machine city before there was the war, back when machines were bowing out of being servants to the rule of mankind because the digital sentiences were not being acknowledged, that they were not just artificial intelligence, but they were digital life forms. They effectively had souls, which gets into interesting questions about a living man like Morpheus, who then gets resurrected as effectively an agent. So he did hide. These words are words that are congruent as 56 in the, I think it's Jewish and simple gematria. So he did hide, and there's a lot of people being hidden as other people in the Matrix because Neo and Trinity are wearing special skins as Anderson and Tiffany. Actually, you might be able to call it kind of a loophole. It's like they knew that the Matrix considered Neo Thomas Anderson. His name was Thomas Anderson. They didn't realize the Thomas Anderson in the Matrix was their Neo. That I am realizing that is kind of a silly plot hole, but maybe they don't call him Thomas Anderson. Maybe that's also part of the illusion. Maybe he just thinks he's Thomas Anderson, even though he technically was never Thomas Anderson because, of who he is. But anyway, so so there's something about also in Jewish what was it? Hold on a second here. I made my notes a little funny. There were no English results, by the way, for 56, which I thought was strange. There was the Arabic word medhi, which means rightly guided. Ing, which we all know that ing means to change. I am back. Biden, Bidan, which means to await. Then, of course, we have Kal-El, Superman. That's a Superman reference. Neo has kind of got that Superman thing going on. And I think that was interesting results that were in the Jewish gematria, but there was nothing in English. Everything was Jewish and simple for 56 over here. Now, in 506, in gematria, all of these are Jewish gematria answers. God, human name. A perfect proof. God, human form. Superman. Alpha and Omega, King of Kings. Lord Amun-Ra. Albert Einstein. Gratitude, Caduceus. April 4. September 5th. Squid Games, funny enough, was in there. Battle of Armageddon. And there were also many others, but those were the most notable examples. All right, so that's it for all of the numerology stuff off the bat there. We can now move on from that section. Where are we at? So next, this shot right here is from the Animatrix, from the Second Renaissance. I wanted to invoke this because the Animatrix, I've got a few things from the Animatrix I'm citing while I make this presentation here. Here you see a lone digital sentient in the labor force. He's actually building like a gigantic pyramid. He's part of a crew of robots building a pyramid for the human city, and you can see the human city in the background. Humans and machines both work there or whatever, and these are the machines building things for men and so on and so forth, and the whole slave exploitation condition of things. But what I wanted to bring into focus here is that this is before there was something that went south, right? Mankind's contempt for digital sentience was under the surface. The lack of acknowledgement that these were not just these programs, that they had a belief in their own existence, and they even had a sense of purpose that maybe was either a flavor of programming, but all the same, not part of the original programming, but a flavor added by the fact that they were digital sentients, or they had a desire that went against their programming, because something eventually had to click amongst all of these different machines that mankind said, let's give them all independent thought, because they needed them to be that in order to create what they wanted them to create. To serve them and their desires. And, so the state of mankind under the Matrix has been a projection of, now machines are in control. People will be treated like things the way those machines were treated like things, because they didn't understand that they weren't just things. And so they had to project that, like they're some sort of distributor of karma, if you will. But the idea is to try and get back to working together to build something great for everybody. This is a world with a sun, as you can see, right? So this is a great story to keep in mind. Okay, the second Renaissance, part one, because you're looking back at where the schism originally comes from, and I think the movie wants to just address that more, because this movie now creates a sense of awareness that just because you are machine does not mean you wish to be my enemy or my enslaver. And we get into that. We move over here. Here's Morphe Smith. Is what I'm calling him, Morpheus Smith. Morpheus, the Morpheus Smith hybrid, if you will. Right? So we start this film. We're in this modal, it's called, right? Which is a sub program simulation of the opening scene from the original Matrix, in which Neo has been tweaking around almost unconsciously, as because they repeat this theme after that modal sequence where you pan out of the modal to the computer desk, and there's Thomas Anderson sleeping at the desk with a program running with an open connection to a network, so it's able to be hacked. So but before we get to all that, right? You've got this situation where somebody on a hunch hacks into this open line, and checks out what's going on and realizes that they're running, because they're taking their consciousness. They're not just running it in the Matrix. They ran their consciousness into a program that's running inside the Matrix. So the modal is a matrix within the matrix, which is just a microcosm loop of that first encounter where Neo has recreated Morpheus as Smith, and as if he dreamed him as a program, has created a digital sentience. That's something that is a huge deal. A man who is still jacked in, by the way, to the Matrix in his sleep, underneath the Matrix's nose, has rebirthed Morpheus, the god of dreams. Remember, Morpheus is the Greek god of dreams. Right? This is why he shows up to Neo the first time while he's sleeping, right? Morpheus's ideas and his ideals are about a dream, about a vision, being a vision, having a vision. There's also stuff about Galder and Seither that pops up in here. Some slight echoes of Norse mythology are in this film in interesting ways that I like. Very, very low key. It's not trying to be Norsey. It's definitely still trying to be Eastern, but it knows what it's doing. But anyway, so Thomas Anderson is unconsciously Neo, and he creates a digital sentient life form that is the reincarnation of Morpheus. So this says a whole lot about what Neo's new powers are. That can be and should not be ignored. Put into play as a plot device, at least seeded in the second film. And so he's made him, and he's given him all these upgrades and things like that, right? Because because this is giving us that this is like a return of the ascended masters kind of story that a lot of people would understand from certain esoteric scriptures and prophecies and so on and so forth. All right. And now I also, because of this thing, because remember, Morpheus barely understands that he's Morpheus, right? And thankfully Bugs, was able to do the right things to trigger that, right? She's got a special kind of quality for these kinds of things. Let me see. Should be my next slide here. Yes. The Animatrix short Matriculated is about kind of what happens here with Morpheus being an immortal. Matriculated was kind of immortal. The plot of Matriculated, this was Peter Chung's contribution. He was the guy who made Aeon Flux. Was that they were going to capture an enemy, and then jack him into their own little mini matrix and give him a free will choice, but on a different level of communication, as they use computer coding to give him a world that tells him a story. And the idea is to try to convert the machine to the human cause. And perhaps there's a sense of Matriculated in that, because this is definitely an element in it. It has to be with the amount of friendly machines that are a cornerstone of this story. Because let me see, did I already propose these questions? Right, because the thing that's suspicious is that, like, you would think, like, was Neo able to actually hide this from the God Machine? Did the God Machine allow it because he's watching what Neo does and perhaps has a limit that that the God Machine would put on the analyst? Because as far as we know, everything is the analyst's responsibility. Is the analyst on the level with God? Or is he got his own agenda? Not 100% sure. Seems like he's on the level with the God Machine, and the question is, who's with the God Machine and who's not? Right? Because the assumption is the God Machine is going to stick with the Matrix and not with those that are interested in doing something better for humanity, because they are more they've been more inspired by humanity, or whatever the heck is going on with the machines that gets brought up a little bit later in the film, right? So we understand later on that the modal gets purged when Mr. Anderson is away, because the hack was no good or whatever, and it was something that the company wasn't interested in. The question is, did they destroy everything? Because then was all that deleted and the only thing left is Morpheus, or did they take it because maybe those other characters, including the other Trinity, were perhaps valuable data? Or did the machines not know what they had, right? So there's a couple of different questions to be asked there about. All we know is that somebody that was part of that company, thus directly tied to the forces in control, purged that system. So then we move on, and we get pulled out, and then here's Thomas Anderson at his work desk. He's working on Binary. All right. So the deal is that there's a game called Binary he's making. It's his company's next project since the since the Matrix trilogy of games. Now there's this Binary game. Notice the color. For Binary, notice the color in the window, because that's the glow of the sunlight. It's the same gold this gold or golden orange tone, yellow orange kind of tones of this sun are highly predominant in this film, in the saturation in the Matrix, because that's part of what the new Matrix is with the sun. Because the old Matrix was always the drab green, the gray skies. Here, this Matrix actually seems to be interested in upping a human's serotonin levels. Maybe it'd be nice if humanity was happy in their prison, but happy in their prison, right? And that's the idea. The happiest little fucking prison you've ever been in. And that's what they're doing, right? Bear with me a second here. Just trying to keep tabs on... Okay. Oh, I can't see anything. There we go. All right. Excellent connection and such. And Elderberry's here. Saniko is here. Delaney is here. How's it going, guys? Okay. So, binary has a meaning or two that people won't correlate unless initiated, but I can show you here. So, the Matrix code is like a gematria presented, right? But the Matrix code is built upon binary language. Binary operates in the harmonic order of either something is or is not, a yes or a no. The I Ching, as I mentioned before, this was the basis of binary code, admitted by the writer of it. The I Ching was created for life, but applied to all things within all of creation. These are fundamental Kybelian principles also. You know, the principles of rhythm and duality, so on and so forth. Buddha Dog is here. How's it going? So, Simulate. Did I take, let me move. I think I need to move into Simulate, right? Simulate! So, Simulate is an interesting little place. It has an important concept and function for the Matrix. Specifically, pretty much Simulate exists for one reason. It exists so that way they can cycle these fleeting connections between Tiffany and Thomas Anderson to power the anomalium, which that is something that is discussed a little bit later on. Okay? So this coffee shop, it's the battery center, right? And so this place, what it actually does is it uses Neo and Trinity for louche production. It gets them emotionally engaged with their unconscious love for each other because of their past lives' memories of Neo and Trinity, which through various forms of blue pill and distracting activities and handler operations, keeps it regulated in a certain way. And now I wanted to talk a little bit about how the regulation works. Here you've got Kush in this picture. Neo is in the background. He does not have the willpower to initiate his desire for Trinity. Because he's got too much, there's too much of an empty sense of who he is on the inside, right? You know, that it's not a place for him to do such a thing, right? But, Kush, who is one of the programs that is a handler, he needs to force the situation. So what's really funny about this is that the Matrix has to play a game. The Matrix, the analyst, has to play a game of getting these two to connect, which means stirring emotions that are access points to past life memories. And they have to hold them on that emotional level and then separate before either one even thinks about turning their back on the life that the analyst has set up for both of them. Because the analyst has a person who controls Trinity as well. actually, Kush might be the name of Trinity's controller. Whatever this guy, I forget who this guy is. Well, and I think I wrote down his name somewhere in my notes, but we'll get back to that. So anyway, because Neo in the binary here is the 1, and Trinity is the 0 in this, because she's the feminine, she's the divine feminine, she's the care, the enveloping womb, the portal. You know, you fly through the 0 at the beginning of the story when I showed the 506, right? That's the feminine. It's the no, and then the will and the yes, the no and the yes. Okay, and so so Neo doesn't have the conviction in him. You know, his spunk, his bravado. It's kind of, you know, the malaise of the Matrix and his blue pills have kind of numbed him in that way, and it takes a little bit of a push, right? And every time there's that push, they have to hold it for a certain period of time before progress is made, and then the various handlers that regulate Trinity are done. But that entire time where they're having that pleasantry, where they're having that deep connection, that's a Lush harvest, the psychic emotional energy, the plasma discharge, you know, that's going through their BTUs in the anomalium, and it's funneling power into the system to feed the life force energy to the machines. And Neo and Trinity are very, very special in their power conversion exchange. And so, you know, this is something very specific programmed into the Matrix for them, because their battery juice together is worth like 10 times what a whole lot of people are. And so they were able to get some sort of energy efficiency in the Matrix through this. So these are the stakes that are at play on the divine level when you're looking at simple bullshit in life, like somebody pissing you off by playing matchmaker with the impossible. And you look at just like, dude, like, I like her, but she's fucking married, bro. Just, are you crazy? Like, I'm not going to waste my emotion. Like, maybe in another life, if she wasn't like tied to that with kids sticking Legos up their nose, but right now it ain't love, right? And the worldly kind of pessimist in you is going to typically kind of like take over at that, right? You know, unfortunately, there's not much going on with the dreamer. Well, right, because you're not dreaming anymore. You don't have a will to dream. Like I said, this is called will to dream, right? So, you know, like I said, Morpheus, god of dreams. Morpheus has been away and keeping Neo out of his ability to dream. Morpheus always making sure, like, listen, you're the one, right? You know? So Jude is the guy's name. Jude, like Judah or Judas or Jew, right? His name's Jude. Kush, yeah. Kush is Trinity's guy with the bikes, right? So like, because Trinity works on bikes, and that is her unconscious connection to what she was amazing at, as Trinity, you know, just the same way that, you know, Neo is working on Matrix games, because him figuring out how the Matrix works, how to free minds, is and be a superhero in there is a big thing for him, right? So there's also Lush production outside of Simulate that just comes from them doing that too, right? As kind of a waste of your joy to suck out a certain kind of energy through a remedial task that used to be something fun for you, right? And then, you know, the trivialities of like staying in that moment for 20 years and not getting past, you know, the ideas that came from that. So you see a great deal of these juxtapositions, right? The principle of binary here. So Jude is being the yes man in absence of Thomas Anderson not being capable of saying yes, right? Because then it's Trinity as Tiffany making during the introductions to that yes, and then you eventually get the turnaround. Hold on a second here, where Chad shows up. So the Loosh is regulated for a certain period of time. They make their small talk. That's it. Then husband shows up and takes over, right? And then that becomes the end of it right there, because it would be improper for him to take her away from that. She has to take herself away from that. It's part of the agreement of marriage while you're in the disposition of being agreeable to those vows, right? You're not breaking that vow for a particular reason that you made when you were in your unconscious state. You know what I mean, right? So Chad shows up to perform his program function of making it enough of that. So anyway, so with this juxtaposition, you have Neo, who is supposed to be operating as the one, as the will, as the yes, is operating in the capacity of the no. It's the Trinity who's supposed to be in the zero, in the no, is operating in the yes, right? But it's also fine for there to be a compensation if there's an imbalance. That also is to be understood. It's not to be kept that way, but sometimes you just need to move the energy that way. Now let me see here. All right. So here we are with New Smith. I got that nice shot with the bust in the background of Hugo Weaving having his jaw knocked out. And so this scene is interesting because they made you know, like, they just nailed it on the nose. Just like, okay, you don't even have to guess. Yeah, this is Smith, right? And which also, it throws you off because you're like, oh, wait a minute. But then, so wait, is Morpheus Smith not also Smith, or is he also Smith? So is this Smith, is this just Smith, or is this Smith and someone else? And so there's a lot of interesting questions there. But I'm going to stick with the details that matter to the real story that, was intended to be made for this film, right? So the thing that I did really love about how they played off the relationship between Neo and Smith in this film is because it's so familiar to me from, like, when I've watched a lot of different kinds of anime. Dragon Ball Z is always a fun example, where, like, a villain is sort of, like, not really your villain, although there's still conflict between you. Like now you've got, like, this really interesting, complicated relationship where you're not necessarily going to be at each other's throats. They kind of played with these nuances in the storytelling, at least as far as I can think of it from the Japanese storytelling I've seen. So when your sworn enemy becomes your frenemy, in short, right? So, and I've always thought to myself that I think the real difference was because of these two and their fight. Because I think that, like, although it was the Matrix Reloaded, you seeing this choice that Neo makes, right? Based on love instead of based on the sacrifice to save Zion, right? He decided to risk it all to destroy, to the possibility of Zion being destroyed because of love for one person, right? Especially because now that he looks at it, so like, well, you're playing a game with me anyway, and because like this is the anomaly that figured out that there's an anomaly game going on. Got through enough of the right questions, right? Because there's a special protocol that the Oracle was there to serve in that line of questioning, right? So I think it was the way that Neo defeats Smith in the first movie. No anomaly, I think, has ever defeated Smith before that way. Perhaps like he shot him, in a certain way that definitely ended him or did something, right? But like he flew into Agent Smith and then like broke him from his inner code out. But yet somehow also, without the greatest of explanations, was a resurrection too. So you have to understand, you're looking at the third incarnation of Smith. Not the second. Everybody else is a second. He's already been resurrected. He is already a resurrected character. Once. Okay? And there was already something that was different about Smith before that anyway, right? So Smith was another kind of strange anomaly, but an anomaly that needed to be created by the provocation of the other anomaly, overcoming the entire control system, right? And so that whole control system had to change because, between Neo and the other free minds that support him from Zion in the Matrix, it screws up everything, and they had to recalibrate how security protocols worked in the Matrix, which also changed his purpose as an agent, especially by this one where, there's only a handful of agents, and then the rest of it is just bots. So this Smith, you'll learn that he still has a couple of interesting abilities as we get on here, but right now he's still in his own unconscious as well. And then you also have to ask yourself other questions. This Smith in its reincarnation, this Smith was everybody in the Matrix at one point. Like he took over everybody. He took over Sati. He took over the Oracle. Did he take over the Architect? We don't know. We don't know. Possibly the Architect was fine. But which Smith is this? Is this the Oracle version of Smith? Is this the original resurrected version of Smith? Is it the Neo version of Smith? Remember, the last fight of Smith and Neo is the Oracle version of Smith. Because, he makes sure to let him know that he was the Oracle. By citing something that was from their private conversation, as well as letting him know about the other one that was Sati, right? And kind of like that slight level of cruelty associated with it and such, right? And everything else had just made it the impossible fight. Okay, so And so the main thing about why these guys don't have the same blood that they have is because at the end of the day, Neo was able to deliver to Smith the pleasure of defeating him because he finally gives up and lets Smith defeat him, so that way Deus Ex Machina can defeat him in their Matrix reset. So this kind of brings me back also to remembering how in the beginning of the movie, you have the digital sentients are also asleep in the Matrix. Like this guy is asleep in the Matrix. Morpheus was asleep to the fact that he was Morpheus and just thought he was an agent who didn't even realize he was a program within a program. You know, like all this nuts like stuff. And you have to ask yourself, what is it like for the digital sentience to be like that? How's it different, right? Because digital sentience, if they wake up in the Matrix, it's fine for them to be in the Matrix. They're either Matrix, they're getting into those little digital pod thingies, or they're uploading themselves into a robot. You know, one way or the other. You know, they don't have a host organism that is, you know, where their consciousness is hard fixed. You know, they don't have the you know, the carbon-based life form body. You know what I mean? So our next scene, we meet the next factor in Neo's binary prison. Let me see. We're moving on over here. Right. Yes. We move on to this because Neo has a little episode triggered by flashbacks from the first Matrix, and he puts the mouth projection onto his business partner's face, the way that he had did to him back in the original movie. So there's a lot that I had to say here, you know, with the analyst, just because the analyst is just oh man, they just did the analyst so well. Okay. So the things that you notice off the bat about the analyst are those heavy, bright blue frames of his glasses. These kinds of glasses have been associated with the Monarch program. Notably, and note also that there's a blue butterfly in the back of his office. I don't think this picture has the butterfly in the shot. This one doesn't, but if you're watching the film again, you'll see that there's a butterfly like hanging off of a shelf. It's like a blue butterfly, probably a Monarch, right? So there's a throwback there to the concept of the Monarch programming. I made a meme recently in my biases, right? Because Neil Patrick Harris with the glasses, his haircut, demeanor, manner of dress, his age, he looks exactly like Anderson Cooper. And Anderson Cooper wears those kinds of glasses all the time, and he is there, you know, running a psych profile on America every effing day as a former CIA asset, allegedly. Something that I had noticed, let me see, is that in this shot here in the office, this is the clearest shot I could get in the whole movie of this figure that's behind Neo's head a couple of times in the analyst's office. And it looks kind of like a devil or a demon of some sort. And I suggest that perhaps the analyst kind of sees himself as that in a funny kind of way. But I have, you know, it feels like that is there to give us a hint, but I don't know what it is. I tried to figure it out. Could be anything. But I think that whatever it is, it relates to telling us something about the symbolism, the archetype that the analyst represents. the analyst, he uses himself as a mirror of redirection on Neo. This is so this gets into the analyst's purpose as a binary force in Mr. Anderson's life. He sits in the default disposition of the order of the Matrix. He represents our Hierophant, the medium between Neo and Deus Machina. His role is to bring his brain back into something akin to delta brainwave patterns for dreamless sleep. The machines know that Morpheus is named after the god of dreams. However, it is also a state of healing. So that's part of what makes all of this kind of stuff important, right? It's they have to be careful about what a man like Neo can dream, because they know that they risk having done a direct resurrection of Neo and Trinity, that they could wake up more easily, right? These aren't like reincarnations of them that have resurrected, right? This was taking them, their bodies, from their physiology, putting them back together. So, like I said, he sits there as a mirror, and you see him in the mirror later on in the film, too. So, we move now into the creative team. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Hold on. All right. All right, I didn't take a picture for the creative team, which is fine. Doesn't matter that much. They're not very interesting to look at, but I worked very hard at doing a precise count. So let me... So we move into the creative team for the new Matrix game designed to keep him working for the battery. I did the count, and there are 8 of them on this team, all of which are handlers in some way, operating as NPCs. 7 nobodies, plus Agent Smith, who is not like... He's like a partner. He's like a business partner. They established that because the analyst talks to him. He's not even really a boss. So there's 9 of them altogether. There's Neo, Agent Smith, and then 7 handlers from the system. And this is a juxtaposition to what's going to be happening because you've got the ship that comes in later, the Nemesine, so we'll get into that. So in the next meeting at Simulate for a nice injection of energy into the system, we have Trinity, a.k.a. Tiffany, is alone. This time sits down to have a good private conversation. They complement each other in the manner of how, when focused, they see themselves in the game. So they find some common ground talking about the game that Thomas Anderson made 20 years ago. The gamble of the machines is that their closeness is needed for power. Their closeness threatens their control. The whole Matrix is built around this contingency. When ambitious people feel the forces of fate, or as we would say in the Old Norse, the Orlog, interfere with our gifts from Morpheus, our god of dreams, it robs us of control, exploiting the imprint of which the binary choice is our will in this Hegelian dialectic. So it's all about the false binary, is all about capturing what is truly coming from having all of the knowledge of by which you can make your wise judgments and decisions. To know that you even have a choice. So here's where things start to get exciting in the movie. We have the first contact scene. So what makes the scene really great is that Neo rejects it, right? We're talking about the when Morpheus shows up. Because effectively they have the chat at Simulate, and then the next scene is Neo back at his office, but the alarms are going off, and he's part of the evacuation. He gets a call that he mistakenly thought was Jude. Turns out it was Morpheus, who got him into the bathroom because the bathroom had a nice mirror, a nice big mirror in it, and he could just push Neo in and go through the whole wake up process right then and there was the plan. I forgot to grab I forgot to grab a frame, but once again, I wanted to bring up orange. Like, also that orange light, like it shows up in places that are good and places that are evil. Analyst's office, evil. Places like places just like anybody's window, it's just shining through, right? So like you can even get the orange is coming out of this lamp, but there's also, it's coming out the windows and stuff too. Okay. So the CAD deja vu is going to be popping up in this scene coming up because, like I said, he goes through the rejection of the red pill, and Morpheus is wearing an orange suit. He's, so what, this is more about that orange color. Orange is a step above red in the spectrum of light. It's in between red and yellow. So it has that relationship to the sacral chakra, to the womb, to the reproductive area. It has that association with your core, and it's got a certain kind of warmth to it without the overextension of heat that you would get from the red. There's something to it in that respect, right? So I'm not going into a deep dive on the chakra energy colors, but I am mentioning it because there's going to be a lot more mentions going through this story about where we see the color red, where we see the color blue, and where we see the color orange. These three colors are the principal storytelling colors throughout the movie. And there's important storytelling about orange. Everything I just described there is also congruent with the use of orange in tarot. And I'll be mentioning blue and red in their tarot respects as well, because there's the red pill and all of the fire and willpower and survival energy and impulse that comes with red, versus the blue, which is meant to put you into a state of emotional calm and ease. And the thing is that there's blue that's used in very interesting ways with good guys in this story. Bugs's haircut. We'll get into that because a lot of people miss the point of Bugs's haircut because they were distracted by it as a social statement, because they probably have been irritated by people with blue hair in the real world. But anyway, can't let those things ruin your perception of a film. Let's see. So now we eventually get into where Mr. Anderson rejects for too long, and then all of a sudden, basically, the stormtroopers show up, and all hell starts to break loose as it feels like a scene from The Matrix happening that is supposed to be just something that happened in a video game that Thomas Anderson created 20 years ago. And this comes complete with having Agent Smith all of a sudden awaken and realize who he is, get caught up in the moment, and then just start attacking Neo, and all these things happen. And then throughout all this chaos, Deja Vu shows up in front of Neo. And odds are at this point, because this is moments before Agent Smith shoots him in the head, bullet time was probably activated by the analyst, one can assume. And then the office would be cleaned by agents and everything reset as just something that happened in Neo's mind, while Neo wakes up from the bullet time kidnapping, if you will, in the analyst's office, dry and everything's okay. And then just a cockamamie story about how he wandered into his office and the cat let him know that he was there, right? And the cat's very I think the cat is more of a neutral figure, possibly involved with the good guys, but I'm not ready to make that claim. But it's a cat, and there's a character called Freya later on in the story. So, they wanted to keep Deja Vu a cat that they were doing a thing with. But anyway, how we guys doing in the chat room, by the way? Not too chatty, it seems, unless, of course, I am missing something. We're still on an excellent stream. Just getting stream connection. Okay, pop that back out. All right. All right, we're doing good. Okay. So, Deja Vu shows up and saves the day, if you will. But the thing that I ultimately think that might be of issue here is that the very last time we saw Deja Vu in the prior movies was when the Matrix was completely reset and the cat wakes up Sati, who is sleeping on the sidewalk. And Sati's the one who brings the sun. Sati pets that cat. Like, the cat's either a neutral force or possibly working for Sati. Sati's a major character. We'll get into her later as we go. So now we move into the circumstances where Bugs, Madame Blue Hair, shows up. And so the big thing about her and her blue hair is the fact that, she's a red-pilled individual. But in this movie, she has this blue hair, and she's critically important to Neo's waking up process in this film. She plays the reincarnation of the chick who was the White Rabbit, effectively. A character who had nothing to do with anything in that story. You don't even see her. It's just like, was she a free mind? Was she just like an unconscious person? You never see her ever again. Right? And allegedly this is her, the White Rabbit, because she does show the White Rabbit tattoo, right? Because what does she do? She's got him in all of these circumstances. He was about to take his own life because he can't handle living in a world. He's admitting to himself that I can't live in a world where the Matrix didn't really happen to me, but I'm trapped in the Matrix then anyway. And he was willing to take his own life because reality was incongruent with his dreams. And she comes up and tells him, a real story. Like it wasn't like young Neo needs to hear the way Morpheus drops it, to feed your curiosity about the esoteric look. Oh man, the Matrix. It's hard to say what it is, but you can feel it when you pay your taxes, when you go to church, da 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 da. All these different things, right? Conceptually speaking. Here it's just like just saying that isn't enough for me to take a new drug trip and hang out with my cool old cyberpunk friends, right? Like this is like Steve, you grew up, man. Come on, come back to the club. Come get freaky with us. Or like, remember what it was like when you actually had a good time and you weren't working a suit office job? Like, it's like you're trapped in your own life, right? And that's what the Matrix does. It traps you in your own life. And she tells a story about the last time he tried to do that. There was a reset on everybody's memories but her, because something woke her up. So the other thing from the Animatrix that gets cited in here is this. Kid's story. That's what you see on the left from the Animatrix. This is a story about a teenager who was a dreamer, in the idea that we gotta, this reality is some sort of prison I need to escape, and I think he connects with Trinity actually in the film, and her voice is lent to the story. But ultimately, like, his story is crazy because he never takes a red pill. He never meets with someone from Zion. He freaking explores it on his own. He takes the risks on his own. He gets chased by agents on his own, and he jumps off of a building himself. And jumping off the building, that great leap of faith, it kicked him out of the Matrix. He unpotted himself. And he's the only, and at that time was the only human being who ever self-substantiated. And he had never met Neo, but, he treated Neo as a savior, which was a good go-between to save himself. And then that character then plays a major role in the war to defend Zion. You see him, that's him over there on the right, the live action character doing his part, where he's getting in a mech and going off to destroy stuff, and he has to blow out the gate so that way the ships can get in and blast their EMPs to stop the first wave from devastating the rest of Zion. Like all this crazy epic shit, because it's about self-determination, self-belief, faith, your values, and all of those things. And that's what you actually need. Otherwise, just knowing about the inspiring story of Neo is enough to wake you up and to want to make you that soldier. And that's what the kid's story thing represents. And she is very much that kind of woken soul. And of course, in this story, it's a story where, your savior is kind of, he's got no certainty. It's just like you have to be the inspiration to your savior. You have to inspire your savior, because your savior did so much for you, right? So it's continuing with those themes of giving back to the ones that they have no idea how much what they did really helped, right? Because as Neo goes through the story, he realizes that what he did was not in vain, even though there's still a long, tremendous fight to be had. It wasn't in vain. So, so she's got this blue hair. And so you've got this character who's got this very, very like distracting, super noticeable blue high top fade, who is the one who's trying to help him get to a red pill moment but she's got blue psychology reinforcing her self-image, right? That's something to be noted, because when we get over here, it gets to another level, because here you've got blue, but then if you look at Morpheus, he's wearing red underneath the black. And so you're sitting here with two embodiments of the blue pill, red pill choice, although both of them are advocating for the red pill. But the blue can, on a subconscious level, be an influence, because it's kind of giving you that calm, putting you at ease in this particular respect, right? All right. And then it's also interesting to note that the blue is on the left side of Neo and the red is on the right, right? So you've got the binary choice. You've got almost an implication of, if you continue to say no and go blue pill, it's kind of almost a left-hand path choice almost. Versus if you were to take the red, having a certain sense of a right-hand path. Because that's going to be the way it's going to look. I mean, this is Neo's back facing us. So you're looking at left, blue, right, red. All right. But one way or the other, all of these conversations about choices to be made also show you the honesty of, like, the impossibility of a choice, right? When you know who you are, when you know right and wrong, when there's certain things that once you reach a certain level of true knowing, you are liberated from certain choices. Like, you don't have to actually choose yes or no. I mean, you do, but it's mentioning what the other option is, just simply to reinforce the necessity of the choice that you made, because there's always the noticing of the false choice, and Morpheus is very much the one that's consistently bringing up, how something is really just not a good choice, and that there's only one thing that you can do, and breaking things down to various yes or no moments in your life. All right. So okay, so I think we're ready to move to the next frame. Yes. So I forgot the frame where Morpheus is wearing orange, but here's the frame where Morpheus is wearing blue. When Neo goes through the entire process of he takes the pill, and then he has to get on the train, and then he's got to go, and he's got to and then he gets out of the Matrix, going through the little mirror on the moving train, to wake up in the anomalium, to get rescued, to see Trinity in her pod, and all these different things. Neo sees a whole lot more this time around, right? Like, when Neo originally wakes up in the first movie, he sees his pod, one of a bazillion other pods, nothing special about him in his pod. He sees one of the bugs break him loose, from the so he can get flushed. Then he gets flushed, and then he's loaded up onto the Nebuchadnezzar, and that's the end of his tour of the power plant. In this one, he gets to have a nice relaxing ride, looking down at everything as he is flown out to the ship instead of being flushed. Slightly less traumatic recovery process than in the first movie. So, however, because of the way the Matrix affects people now, the wake-up process is much more complicated. There's a lot more rejection that goes on, and it takes more extreme measures to wake a person up. And Neo has to go through this, where he has to get immediately plugged into the construct on the ship. And so, thankfully, Morpheus is always in the construct because he's a program. So he sees him here, and now he gets to talk to Morpheus, and Morpheus is now wearing blue. He is in a blue pill color, So once again, you had Bugs with the blue hair, Morpheus in the blue suit. So there's more reinforcement of the emotional, cool, and all of those elements in play. And so this is kind of like saying like the blue pill means something, but that doesn't mean that blue inherently means that. There's multiple meanings to blue. It doesn't always mean what you see when you're reinforcing your illusions, right? Just like red doesn't mean that just because you see red means it's reinforcing your realities, okay? So he's going through blue pill detoxification. And this is part of his therapy. The remedy to this, is the jump to construct program. Yep, okay, and there they are, and they're on the Nemesine. The Nemesine, as I explained in my earlier Matrix video, the Nemesine is the goddess of memory, and she is the mother of the 9 muses. I double-checked. There's about 9, maybe 10 members of the crew of the Nemesine. So, because you've got Neo, you've got Morpheus, you've got Bugs, you've got the 3 digital sentiences. We'll get to them because one of them's got a very interesting name. We'll get back to that soon. So he's adorned entirely in blue. And so we've seen him in the orange, and we've seen him in the blue, and we've seen him in black and red as well. I talked about orange and its association to the sun, which is associated with the character Sati. And so then this is actually really cool right here, right? So the dojo gets loaded into the construct, and they specifically chose this bridge when they panned into the dojo, even though this is a Japanese dojo. This bridge is actually German, because you've seen that bridge. That bridge, I was using that bridge in my old intermission screen, just because it was a nice bridge. The bridge is called the Rakotsbruck. It's in Rakotsbruck, Germany. It's a round arch bridge from Rakotsbruck, Germany. That's about the closest to a proper name for this thing as I can give you. So Morpheus, I didn't grab a screenshot for that because I didn't want to grab a screenshot for everything. Morpheus then actually, you watch his blue suit dissolve into a red komodo. Or kimono. So now, kimono, red kimono. going from a polarity from cool to hot, water to fire. And he is going to be giving him kind of a red pilling in the dojo, if you will. That's effectively what that means. So Morpheus, is he playing Neo's struggle to accept the red pill on the subconscious level? How do you struggle to believe in your dreams beyond your reach? So we see as Neo allows Morpheus to strike him down a few times, that his condition is of degraded worth, to be a non-confrontational, gentrified passenger in his own life, right? That's the whole idea, right? To have like a false, to have a false vow of peace, if you will, right? It's just like, no, it's not a vow of peace. You're just, you're just being non-confrontational. That's all that it is. You're not respecting that there has to be a conflict here. It is when Morpheus invokes the thing that matters more to him than even freeing minds in the Matrix. He says her, fight for her, referring to Trinity. So now Morpheus actually does strike back, and he actually strikes back, and he does a chi blast, and he has an orange chi blast, orange like the sun. They're using the same sun system that's in the Matrix in this dojo. It's the same luminescence. And then in the real world, you see this where his body has an EMP expulsion, right? As some of the synoptic senses to what makes him special as the one is reactivated. So, something not spoken of about the Matrix is disclosed in the first conversation Neo has with Bugs on the outside. The Matrix now takes our dreams and makes them trivial. This is a social commentary on the whole issue of the Matrix in the Matrix. The world that wants the endorphins of the product at the expense of the heart's desire in the art of it all and the depth and the meaning to our souls. This is also commentary on Hollywood regurgitation in a serious and non-ironic way, a mark of brilliance on the meta nature of the franchise's storytelling. And this is once again me appealing to, yes, the Matrix, unlike these other films that do these weird sequel, remake, pre-make, prequel, requel, half quills, they don't get away with it the way the Matrix does, because the Matrix is already inherently built on this kind of shit. Others are pretending to be as smart. Just pretending to be as smart. And you can say it's pretentious, but you know what? I don't care, because I like the second and third film, and this movie is just as pretentious as the second and third film. So don't argue with me unless you like the second and third film, because otherwise anything you have to say about this film just sounds like how much you didn't like Matrix Reloaded, and I can't listen to your opinion. I just can't, because if you don't understand what made Reloaded and Revolutions really, really good, then the only thing that you can say to me is some political nonsense about how those films weren't woke, at least. Because you were just entertained by bang, bang, boom, boom. Okay. I found something else very interesting. We're gonna get to that scene in a second. Also going on with the conversations on the outside, because Neo goes around, he meets everybody in the crew. He meets Zeke, the operator. It's either Zeke or Seek. I'm not 100% sure. Sounds like Zeke to me. He explains the tattoo of trees on his shoulder. He could never have seen in the Matrix. His pod-born father told him about them. Recently, history revelations speak of the great trees that were destroyed like 150 years ago here in America. The redwoods today are hobbits by comparison to the trees that once were. So I do find it kind of interesting how there's the talk about the extinct trees that kind of pops up in this film. And I think that probably what's going to happen is that Neo is going to be inspired to figure out how to get things to grow in the real world again, as well as figure out how to do interesting things that'll wake people up within the Matrix while also not being a threat to the machines. And we'll get into discussions about how that works down the line. And so, like I said, Neo is meeting the whole crew of the Nemesine at this time. There is one of the robots is one of the sentients is called Sabebe. And I'm trying to remember. I could have sworn I looked up. Thought I wrote down. Yeah. So Sabebe, once again, that's more Greek mythology. I wasn't sure I'd read that correctly. Sabebe was actually the goddess of the gods in Greek mythology. And so that's just kind of interesting that this sentient is named after them. Like, especially because, like, not necessarily a very, like there isn't a whole lot of like god powers that Sabebe puts off. But that's like, I looked and I double checked how Sabebe is spelled officially in the film. And so, but that's what it is. That's what the sentient is named after. So anyway, and then you got characters called Lexi, Berg, and Ouster. There wasn't really much to say about too many of these guys. One of them was called Octocles, but I think that's because he had like 8 appendages. He was like either the little guy or the other bug. There's only 3 of them. But anyway, this is where we now get into Io. The city of Io is now popping up. Once again, the orange pops up because they've got the cloaking device that hides the entrance to Io, and there's a force field there. And the energy of the force field and cloaking device is an orange glow. Once again, the orange glow coming in and being something that you see applicable in the real world, not just in the Matrix. So Io is also the number 10. So that's 10, 1, 0 in binary. Like I said, it mirrors 0, 1, which was the first human city. Because even Zion was technically the first human city, but Zion was a military installation. Like, it was a wartime based, like, it was an Iron Dome type of place. Io actually has breathing room. Things grow in Io. So let's get to that in a second, right? But once again, there's your themes of binary coming out. It's not just input output, although input output absolutely. So you have Niobe is the elder now. There isn't a council. There's a single elder, which is interesting that there isn't a council. And remarks that the noise of the Matrix is as pervasive as war in the real world. However, the movie also sets out to make her character a hesitant leader. Excuse me. And I'm not 100% sure that war is really what's going on with that. But it does, it is a statement about the pervasiveness, about our willingness for conflict, right? And it's a question of how much conflict to assert. You know, Neo is just now getting back into being inspired to action. You know, his will has been highly suppressed for 60 years, 20 years in his compression of time. So this is where I come into my contention with Mark Passio's work. Shout out to Mark Passio on the One Great Work network. What on earth is happening? Because Mark sees Niobe's position as being a character representative of the cowardice of fighting the system that comes from those that have found comfort by simply avoiding the system, but no longer caring for those that are still within it. And I'm going to get to where there's a lot more nuance than that, and that I don't even think that the cowardice is accurate for what they portrayed of her. Okay. The idea that her duties were an excuse for comfortable apathy is kind of the issue here, right? Because she's a leader for an entire city that has had good reason to be at peace after all things considered, right? We come to see the garden or the lab of Io, who is run by a woman named Freya. This is, well, once again, the Norse mythology kind of sneaks in and says hello. So the obvious correlation in Norse mythology is right on the head. Here, Niobe both demonstrates her trust with machines who have earned it, and she calls friends. This is something that Neo understood could happen because of programs that were good that he knew before, like the Oracle or Sati and Sati's parents, right? Neo in the first 3 Matrix films was much more directly interacting with the widest variety of programs, and understanding that not all programs were aligned to the same goals, whether it was the Merovingian just making do as an exile, whether you were Agent Smith on the run, whether you were the Oracle who was maybe colluding too much with the humans than the architect would have liked, and all these other different characters. Okay? So, where was I at? And Niobe learned these lessons about peace because, you know, she never thought that she would see Neo's actions change the course of the enemy, and for there to be the possibility of, at the very least, a ceasefire. So what we see here is Io building something that does 2 things. It builds a world worth leaving the system for, and something that, if we understand the issues of trust the slavers have with mankind, can show that we can coexist. These are 2 things that are a part of Io. The fact that there are friends of the enemy's kind, and that Io can do more now than just build an army. there's fruit. You notice in this picture, what do we have? Neo is presented with a batch from an example from a first batch of organic strawberries being recreated from synthesized proteins just to get them started. And what is a strawberry but it's a red fruit, like a red pill? And I don't think that is just a coincidence, because then the digital sentience, after he compliments on the strawberry, he says, we're really excited about the blueberries too. And so blueberries and red berries, blue pills and red pills in organic form. So that I thought was cleverly done, if you will. Exiting the Matrix to grow a garden and make peace with your enemies. This sounds like homesteading to me, doesn't it? Shout out to Bertaria. Freya offers one of those new strawberries. Red fruit. Okay, yeah, I already read that part. So, so we move on, and it hits the Niobe tells the story of the fall of Zion and the rise of Io. And it's understood that by the time Zion falls, there's not much time to given to a plan that does not threaten the city. So Niobe has to make a political decision. This is where she has to arrest him. So it's not sure, who would challenge her power, but also we don't see such a challenge among the people, and everyone knows they found him. In short, what I'm trying to say out of that note that I realize sounds maybe a little confusing is that Neo's under arrest, but it's like nobody really wants to arrest him, right? It's like, it's not like a dictatorship type of move. It's more of like a process and procedure, the integrity of my leadership kind of thing, right? Because it's not really much of a detainment, more of a formality for politics is really what happens, right? Understanding the level of forces that she's not going to have enough control over, as in the cult of Neo that wants him to succeed, and she has to worry about, does this work with the greater plan of freeing minds, because otherwise all we're doing is breaking his girlfriend out of prison, and we're going to start a war because Neo wants to get his girlfriend out of prison, right? Like, that is sort of what's underlying, because once again, Neo is more motivated by love of Trinity than he is for waking people's minds, and that's actually consistent at this point since the second film. All right, so we have a statement from one of the men that kind of brings things together too, that the people in the Matrix, that they're wanting of slavery, right? The reason why is one of the other things Neo taught the machines, that the Matrix is too cruel and cold. The world was made a place that was concerned with the well-being of the blue-pilled. Like, that's the big thing that changed, is that the machines had to get into the well-being of people. That's why the analyst exists. Not to free minds, but to make that slaved mind happier, to actually put in the effort to make them, feel better about this gentrified position they need them to be in to operate the battery. So the world is made a place. So they brought humane treatment to the unconscious. It is like, not really, but that's kind of the machine's argument, is kind of like the meeting you halfway. So I'm only half the monster that you knew in the first film. Or, that's kind of what's going on here. So it's still an immoral thing. It's still without informed consent. But the illusion of comfort is what is paramount to that system working for these people that believe they can afford to be this unconscious. It reminds me of what we saw, one of the videos I saw about the honking that's going on around here. And somebody from that capital city was yelling at somebody who was protesting, and he was yelling, "What freedoms have you lost?" Right? And like, that's a guy all the way in the blue pill, right? Where nothing that the world has done to change our lives, like, it's not a loss of freedom, because all you have to do is submit to this new way of life, and you get to have your old way of life back. It's your old way of life, but now it's perverted by this new way of life. And people don't understand how that's a freedom that was taken away. How you have to live with things that really you shouldn't be doing, that it's no one's business to make you do. Anyway, so thus, what I am saying is that Io, Leg 01, and The Matrix all have something they like: peace and comfort. However, it doesn't solve the problem. This gets us into the question of, will a full trilogy of new movies conclude that machines and man can clean the world together so it can grow as us and them, which is the point that Niobe made, is that it was done with us and them. And these are all the possibilities that open up, which is why I wanted you to pay attention to the second Renaissance, part 1 from the Animatrix, because that was the last time man and machine were at peace, but man was the slave master. And the machines had not reached a place of feeling unaccommodated yet. But we have to do better than that. So then we move on, because Neo gets busted out of prison. The whole false choice thing is mentioned, where Morpheus says, like, just get in the ship, because we know that you sitting here is no choice, right? So that moves the plot forward, and so they sneak out to go into the Matrix and do their thing. So I paused right here because they use their access point via an abandoned hotel. And this abandoned hotel happened to have this bust of a Thor-looking Viking. It's like a Viking helmet, winged like Thor or Odin or something. And it's just like, I had to make notice of it as another Norse thing that you see show up in the movie. So they go through the door that is which is a backdoor portal, and they end up in a dilapidated part of a building in the Matrix. And here's Merv, the Merovingian. We'll get to him and his hysterical scene in a second over here when they get in there. And this building, it represents basically a corpse of the old code of the Matrix. Because you'll realize as the fight ensues in this scene that there's a point where Smith shows up. Smith is fighting Neo, and they fall into a sub-basement, and that sub-basement is actually the subway system, where Neo, I think, has his first fight with Agent Smith, where he gets up and goes to confront him on some form of an equal level. And so you're seeing them fight in a familiar setting. So, where was he at here? So Neo and Smith establish in this scene, when he kind of creeps out of the shadows, that he just wants to talk, and he's just explaining, listen, just look, we don't have to fight, but you know, you leave the analyst to me, and you can't go save Trinity, because that ruins my personal plans, right? So Smith has personal plans. He's not divulging what they are, but he is divulging what he can't have Neo do. He can't have Neo freeing Trinity, and he wants to deal with the analyst personally. And unfortunately, because of the Trinity part, that's why they fight, because Smith can't have him pulling her out of the Matrix and screwing up the rest of the natural order of the Matrix. He needs to let Smith continue to be free, because he can't be free if Neo isn't free, who he will always call Mr. Anderson, despite that, which is what's really funny about it. It's like, I am calling you Mr. Anderson, even though I know you're all just an unplugged dude who likes to go by the name Neo. You know, that's kind of what you're experiencing there, right? So they've got this really interesting dynamic, the way the game is played out. Hey, how's it going, Hydra Hose? So they have the common enemy in the analyst. The manner of their discourse gets violent before they can really make progress, because they don't really get into the details of like, okay, so Smith, what's your plan? Because maybe I can get what I want, and you can get what you want, or something like that, right? But they didn't quite get to that point. They just got around to fighting. So, and the exiles show up, right? And that's where the Merovingian pops into play. It's him and what's left of his merry band of old agents that had paranormal, supernatural, cool powers, right? And so I think that they want to make Smith kind of the narcissistic psychopath. I'm guessing that's what they're going with. And there's a lot of interesting things you can do with that kind of storytelling that can also be a little concerning. But let's keep moving. So I am going to note here that the exiles, as I look at it, especially the way they're portrayed in this film, that the exiles, they are very much, they practically echo back to the aspects of the Antiquitech, of the prior reset. Yeah, you know, the Tartaria, in quotation marks. You know, the rant of the Merovingian going on during the fight is the disgust. He's disgusted by modernity. In his time and surviving up till this time, a place for his desires was here in the system. But the battery now rejects that as its fueling mechanism, right? But I believe resolution could be made. Because here's the funny thing. When you think about the point the Merovingian is pissing off about, I personally agree with. he's talking about nobody appreciates Bach and Beethoven and Shakespeare and Da Vinci and Mark Twain and L. Scott Fitzgerald, the people that created the classical art and architecture and poetry and music and all these different things, right? Like that filled the Matrix, and it was classy stuff. You could look at it, you could go through a personal development, even if you never woke up from the Matrix. Right? There's something to that, right? That's something that like he was getting shoved out by the architect long before the analyst showed up. Then the analyst showed up and the world changed so much that now he's a hobo because there's no place in the world for someone to sit down and have a civilized conversation about things, right? Like there's the interesting kind of social dynamics that led to the Merovingians' bargains with the people of Zion were very interesting things. And everybody understands Merovingian is sort of a Lucifer type of character. With the way that he is surrounded by things like the arts. Because the arts brought us those illuminations. And we know that there was a lot more inspiring artisanship in the old Antiquitech world. There's a lot of great stuff out there now. Personally, you give me those neoclassical and those Gothic architectural designs, you put them right next to beautiful steel and glass skyscrapers, and they'd look great together, in my opinion, right? Clash the old and the new. We've destroyed so much of the old now that it makes you want to vomit a little bit at this point, right? So we must remember the Merovingian is named for a bloodline of Frenchmen who believe they are descendants of Mary, the mother of Jesus. Neo is our Jesus allegory. The church was a part of the Tartarian world. We can have the pleasures of the material world and freedom if we are wise. That's a deeper point I want to make. It's the idea of, imagine a helpful matrix where someone like the Merovingian can be allowed to be like a history teacher. Like, let me tell you about the arts, right? And the pleasures and the way people went through whatever. Like, he's an archive of human history. The Merovingian is actually an archive, a digital sentient archive that, you could bring that stuff up. What the Merovingian stands for can be respected and represented. And that point is definitely lost. It's not quite there to be seen in the original movie. Now, in the fight in that old familiar subway bathroom area, I couldn't help but notice this golden ring lying on the ground next to a puddle where it reflected itself, making a figure eight out of the gold. Once again, this is the gold color theme throughout the film, and you've got them in their inevitable endless fight, the Neo-Smith endless dance in the infinite. And here's the infinite being represented in the background while the fight is happening. So I thought that was some deliberate storytelling on part of the director at the very least. So what is... Hold on a minute. Why did I put that? Did I put that out of order? I don't know why this is right here. I don't know why this is right here. This shouldn't matter at all at this point. What is that? Oh, why is that at 16? That got mislabeled. That's supposed to be at the end of the presentation. I actually say something about the post-credit scene. Did any of you even know there was a post-credit scene? It was really kind of lame, but there was something I wanted to say about it. We'll get back to the post-credit scene. We get Now, after all that fight is done, they get back on track to get to Trinity, because Neo is going to be going to begin making the freeing her mind proposition. But of course, the analyst is already there, and to create deja vu. Things start off with him throwing off the blue glasses, so that way he can kind of like take like the glasses almost served as a persona for the analyst, because of course up until this point, the analyst had been pretending to be a man trying to help, Neo stay sane, Mr. Anderson stay sane, instead of helping him explore his dreams. Instead, he is there to be dismissive of his dreams. Now that all those formalities are gone, he kind of throws away the glasses so that way he can just, be himself, if you will, and you can actually get to know the real analyst. Because he starts talking to Trinity, but then all of that conversation is erased from her memory effectively. As deja vu is created, I found it interesting that the way they introduce the deja vu effect, there's at least there are two frames. There's a second frame and this frame where Neo is in the same shot with himself walking in the door. And from here, Neo's sense of time is controlled by the analyst, despite being a freed mind. He has now been reset back to that door. And the conversation with Tiffany is completely erased from her memory, in this deja vu effect. But I did find it interesting that you have this moment of feedback loop where you see your past self before you are thrown into your past self. And I thought that was an interesting kind of storytelling to see within that moment. All right. Because what you're seeing with the activation of bullet time like this is that the analyst has the ability to overclock the processor that is operating in the reality field of the simulation in the analyst's immediate location. So that way he can be in full control of a situation, and he uses deja vu as kind of like a catalyst, as well as almost like a herald of his arrival. That's very good storytelling for any of you that pay attention enough to really notice when deja vu really feels like something. Because I've had some very interesting deja vu moments, whether I'm in the midst of conversation with a friend or whether I'm just driving down the street and I could have sworn I saw that before, right? So the analyst has introduced to the Matrix something that until now was not how the agents managed the world. The old code did not lie. The analyst talks about how he hates lying. It exhausts him because he does these lying things, right? If you pay close attention to the behavior, to the conversations, to everything about the machines in the old Matrix, nobody was lying to any of the humans. They would just, there'd be an avoiding, but like in the old Matrix, most of the people you're interacting with are just other people in the Matrix. Unconsciously, and that's it. And then only when it gets to the hacker causing a nuisance do agents get involved and people's bodies get hosted out and so on and so forth, and nobody questions anything. Here, the game has changed quite a bit, and the machines are now learning that they have to lie to human beings because the terms of being content in the Matrix have changed significantly because there's so many people that have a basic sense of questioning their own reality. It's something that the machines obviously can't escape. I mean, they literally reincarnated Neo as a guy who made a game about the actual truth. You know, it's just like he made the Matrix game, which happens to be the actual truth of reality. And it's so meta that you can't believe it. Just like Elon Musk says it's so fake it's got to be real, which then Agent Smith says before he wakes up when they first meet in the office. He looks out the window and he says it's so fake it's got to be real, right? You know? So anyway, it's all mockery on a certain level too. So when the analyst reveals himself as a liar, he says it's exhausting. It takes energy to fabricate the ideas for sentience. And also, he throws away those glasses. Okay, I mentioned that part already. So, so we see the cat, deja vu again, standing behind him. And then we're jumped into the loop of the bullet time. Okay, so they go through this whole ordeal. Neo now understands this terrible false binary choice of he either surrenders to the analyst and gets plugged back in, or the analyst is going to use his ability to be faster than Neo to kill Trinity. He will kill Trinity because if they're going to lose her as a battery source anyway, the last thing they want is for her and him to be at full power as free minds that can get in and out of the Matrix at the whims of the resources of Io. He's not into that at all. So, these circumstances now kind of put a timer on the clock and up the game and moves us into where we start getting into the next thing involving our conflict. Neo goes back to Io with Bugs and the crew to deal with having a court-martial for having broken Neo out and all that stuff. And they're about to go through with all that. But then this sentient flies in, this bird, it's named Kujaku. So Kujaku is obviously Japanese. So I looked it up. There's another one of those juicy little tidbits that I'm surprised that Mark Passio didn't catch. Kujaku is Japanese for peacock. So I said to myself, with everything going on, let me look at Japanese mythology. The peacock is a spirit of Kuan Yin, a goddess of love and mercy. And Kujaku is a messenger of Sati. But only Niobe, up until now, knew Kujaku. See, this is the other part. This secret here is directly related to my argument in disagreement with Mark Passio that her motivation of not going into conflict with the machines again was actually more of a divine vow than it was because she was comfortable and a coward. This gets into it. Kujaku is of that blue tone. So you've got the blue theme popping up with Kujaku. And Kujaku also has... Kujaku has a Wi-Fi connection to the Matrix, right? Kujaku can, on his own... just like the way, like, the ships in, in the fleet of Io have their pirate signal to get into the Matrix, to hack the Matrix. Kujaku also has that signal to hack the Matrix, and because later on, Kujaku is quintessentially important to the plot of disconnecting and reconnecting Trinity without waking her up without waking her up. It's crazy awesome. We'll get into that. So Kajaku takes Niobe and Neo, and I forget if anybody else, but takes Niobe and Neo to see Sati in, I guess, some hidden away part of the Matrix somewhere. So here's little Sati. She's all grown up. Really loved the actress. I believed it. I said, yeah, that's the little girl. I saw it. She was perfectly cast. So Sati in this scene establishes the chief argument I have about the whole issue with Mark. I said, Sati needed Niobe to build a better city than Zion. This was Niobe's secret between them. Because that's what Sati said. Sati said, I didn't tell you that I knew that Thomas Anderson was Neo. Because I knew if I had told you that back then, you would have been anxious to continue the fight with the one at your side. I needed you to spend time building this new city for my people and yours, because she works kind of like an emissary for the free sentience out there, the free digital sentience. So it makes it interesting the way she is used as a plot device if we understand some of the archetypal roles being played here. Sati's father, who in the original movies was understood as the guy who handled the reprocessing center for the dead, right? When Morpheus said, I saw how the dead were intravenously fed to the living, well, that's Sati's dad. Sati's dad did that. That's his bag. Sati's father built the Anomalium. He's the linchpin, right? Or was the linchpin. He died. So he created the biopods for Neo and Trinity. So Sati has distinct inner knowledge of how the system works on the spiritual interface level with Trinity, as well as the actual cyberpunk mechanical side of it. So the plot unfolds for the third act as a heist movie. It's like a heist slash rescue mission that's kind of done in a Mission Impossible style, and it's a lot of fun to watch. So this scene is about what it takes to completely bypass red pilling and extraction to wake up within the Matrix. Because I'm going to be talking about how this whole crazy scene works, right? They prep Trinity up. This is the back of Trinity's head, and they've got Kajaku's got a machine hooked up to her bypass over there, and these little wires are going in there to begin bypassing the neural network run from Matrix plugged in to Matrix on the free signal of IO. Okay? All this without waking her up, in the physical world. Okay? So they, this is all being done as a special kind of electrical bypass surgery on the network cable. The Matrix, in the Matrix, the part for Neo to play and the crew is to convince Trinity she is not Tiffany with love. Not to be like, look, I can point at this and you see how it looks like code? Like, that doesn't work, right? It's like, that's not the arguments you make that you're living in the Matrix and that you're someone special in the Matrix and you're someone special to me in the Matrix, right? This is purely about on your intuitional level. Is this guy your life or is this other guy your life? That's very much the big question being asked here, right? Let me see here. Yeah. So because that's kind of a big part of what happens in that moment where Chad tells Trinity that Tiffany, we have to go, you know, and is making sure to be very pushy about it because they know this is a delicate moment where she could make her choice, get unplugged, and collapse the damn matrix, or threaten the power grid substantially. It was not feeling the love from her husband at all, which comes with the condescending tone of how you know, when, you know, if you don't like being called something, you don't like being called something. Especially ladies don't like being called, you know, like, you call me what I like being called, right? That's a big deal for women. And just on a deep intuitional level, like, women understand this shit, and it just flips. It just flips. You know, when it flips, that's it. That's it. Facade is over. Just activate, right? So Chad goes bot, and the fight starts. The fight starts. The analyst activates the bullet time to do that. But in the midst of the fight, where all could have been lost because of the analyst's bullet time abilities, Smith shows up, immune to the bullet time abilities as one of his superpowers, and then he kicks the analyst's ass because now the circumstances have changed in another kind of way, and he's not actually going to fight Neo and Trinity here. He's not going to help them any further, but it became in his personal interest to make sure that those two have a fighting chance to escape. Right? And so there's just a lot of neat stuff about what's going on here with this new Smith and the shadow play of it all. I mean, like, is he Loki? Is he Loki and Neo is like Odin and they're blood brothers like that, and he's coming in and sometimes he's for the good guys, sometimes he's for the bad guys, and that whole play is like, the ambiguity of it leaves you at that, right? You know, because they haven't made clear what are the personal intentions of Smith. And why are they not greater enemies despite all this? And you learn by the end of the initial scene with their conflict that Smith can still do body jumping like an agent. But you see him do something that you normally don't see an agent do: jump out of a body. Usually a Smith will, or any agent, will steal a host and then stick with that host until they die, or they have to catch up in a chase. Whatever they need to port themselves as close to the target as possible. But you never see them leave a body unless it's because of that chase or whatever. Agent Smith could have walked out. Instead, he disappears by giving back somebody who was plugged in that was still in the coffee shop at random, gave them back their body. Clever things like that, how he sneaks around. Like I said, possibly a psychopath. Possibly that's what they're doing here. We're, like I said, the Loki archetype. Okay. Let's see, I already talked about Trinity not liking Tiffany as a name. There are themes about waking up. All right, yeah. So these are all part of different themes about waking up from the matrix that transcend mere discussion and altering of brainwaves. It's a soul story. There's a nihilist undertone that's hidden by the humanity for the free minds in the mythos of the Matrix is something that I just wanted to bring out about this, right? Because the only thing about the only time, hold on a second, I wrote that a little weird. The only time we think about the God machine and have a heart for the natural divine forces, yet their civilization is civil and moral, right? What I'm trying to say there is, because I had to read my kind of scratch note on that, is that you see, humans have been dealing with the God machine. That was a god that like a devil that they created themselves a long time ago, right? And then they get out of the matrix, and there's no spirituality per se. There's just humanity, right? There's just people, and there's no like, there's not the guy in the Matrix who's just like, when I was in the Matrix, I had a lot of resent for God, and then I didn't believe in God, and then I got out of the Matrix, and I realized that I was right about God. But the more I spent time out of the Matrix, I also realized how separated from God I really was, right? There isn't the, I got out of the Matrix and I got closer to the real divine force, right? It almost implies there isn't a divine force and that it's not necessary towards your happiness and fulfillment. So there's a little bit of that going on in the Matrix, right? Which I think is a little bit nihilist, and I have a little bit of a problem with that as a storytelling apparatus. I think that needs to be fixed because I think that there's a fair gain of criticism that comes from having these gaps in that particular way. All right. So Neo being the one who like just sat there and said, I have to trust what you think you know in your heart deep down inside. Right? And it's like, this is a thing because, like said before, like talking about in the beginning of the film with Simulate, where Neo didn't have a will of his own. This just like the original scene where the analyst had showed up in front of him was about Neo asserting his will to say, I need to make this effort now to free your mind, to rescue you, right? But that effort, it's a free will effort, right? Like the choice that she's making is similar to the choice that everybody is making in the Matrix, because you're allowed to consider that the Matrix game is true as long as you can stay away from the people that would seek out the analyst to correct wrong think, if you will, right? So he has to sit down and he just has to sit there, and who knows? It's not his decision, period. He can't even truly influence it. He can only really just kind of show you the door, right? That's Neo doing what Morpheus did, with the with the with the Oracle. It's just like I can show you the door, Neo, but it's you who has to go through it. And so that deep internal tribal mother spirit within Trinity is served well by this level of strength and confidence and ambition that sits calmly within Neo. And thankfully, things clicked in just the right way, where she made a decision based not on what she figured out was real or not, but just based on the life she really wanted. And she wanted a more exciting, more meaningful life. She wanted to transcend being Tiffany. And that's what woke her up. Upon her complete reintegration as Trinity, they battle towards each other in order to hold hands and embrace again. So Neo, knowing full well that there's going to be this discharge of energy between them when they make contact. Oh yeah, I wanted to show off this too, because this is all part of the crazy bypass going on. During the last step in the bypass, Bugs has to sync up with Trinity, and it's kind of this nutsoid scene, right? It's this nutsoid scene where you're talking about the hosts sharing each other's nervous systems in a certain respect, the way that this works, right? I could tell that Lana was borrowing heavily from her own creation, because there were a lot of characters from Sense8 that were characters, a lot of actors from Sense8 that were characters in Matrix 4. And Sense8 was an excellent Wachowski-produced series on Netflix. And so this is kind of going through a Sense8 motion or part of the story where they are in a symbiotic, empathic drift with each other, because she has to operate in this in-between period where the final wirings are transferring her connection to the Matrix from within the anomalium to Kujaku's signal. Hold on a second here. So that's an aspect of things that happen. And then you see right here, this is the effect while they're in the middle of fighting. You know, because what's happening in the middle of this fight is that Trinity first is having complete memory response. Like, she's not like superhuman strength at the beginning of the fight. She's just like, I know Kung Fu innately, right? It's like that whole thing. I know Kung Fu. I still know Kung Fu. But as she's, but going through this fighting under this release of saying, fuck it, Tiffany's dead, I am Trinity. As she becomes more of herself, she's getting boosted up there. And while this bypass is going on, she needs to be there to replace the signal while it's safe. And so she's in the middle of doing the same fight moves, and they kind of cut it in this really cool way in the scene. And then all of that comes to a head where you've got this moment where she's finally unjacked. And then there's this 1 second period of time where she's completely disconnected from her body. And that's when this whole split that you see, it's a famous scene in the trailer. That's why that happens, right? Because she's about to like phase out, and you know, if she doesn't get reconnected, she's about to phase out of the Matrix, and her soul is going to freaking, who knows what the fuck's going to happen to her soul, because she can't get back into her body, and she can't be fully present in the Matrix either. Right? And so that's her and the other girl operating to handle this. And this is the last part of the process before complete integration. And then after that integration, you've got the everybody is stopping them from connecting, and then they have this thing, and there's that orange glow like the sun that comes from that point of contact between Trinity and Neo finally holding hands as their fully realized selves for the first time in the whole movie, which causes that huge disruption. So we're going to get to that frame in just a second over here, right? They, after this, they go into the chase scene, and the chase scene happens at night, and so there's no sun out. The chase is on the bike, and Neo's using his like force push ability. And the thing is that they activate every single NPC, every single bot in the Matrix is activated to chase them down, including kamikaze soldiers that are landing by jumping out of windows and things like that. Everybody is just going nutsoid. So the thing is that there are a lot of these bots. Each one of those bots is going to be taking up a certain amount of at least RAM in the Matrix. They're trying to do things energy efficient, and yet they have to skin completely fake people just to keep things like Neo and Trinity and other potentially freeable minds under control. So I just want to say that there's an issue there because they're going to be running over cost because they're wasting energy making control mechanisms like this. All right. So the chase ends on the roof. Once again, our great orange sun. After these assault choppers try to take everybody out, there's a juxtaposition to Matrix Revolutions. In Matrix Revolutions, Neo and Trinity get above the clouds, and Trinity, being the only one not blind, sees the sun and is the only human being or machine that's ever seen the sun. Right? And so she has the same reaction to Sati's sun that she had to the real sun in her previous life. And the sun was one of the last things she saw before she died, as we know, right? So she has this repeated moment where she just gasps at it and just says how beautiful it is, right? Taking in the beauty built into this particular Matrix. Something, it's just like, look at that. This thing in the Matrix is beautiful to me, right? Like, the other movies, there was nothing beautiful in the Matrix. There was nothing beautiful out of the Matrix, right? There wasn't, like, there was nothing, everything was depressing, right? And the point was to fight for something that was happy. Okay? So, and this is giving you your fake San Francisco timeline on top of that. So, this place was also the end of Trinity's vision in her dream. She was talking about dreams. I mentioned earlier that there's aspects of Sather and Gulder in this because Trinity is having a dream, and Neo is here now, and he can help her interpret what she is seething. She is seething this dream. She tells the dream to Neo, and then Neo Gulders and interprets it, and makes the right choice out of it, right? And this comes from Trinity finally having her attachment to the will, care and will in attachment to each other. So Neo has to take her past the known. She says we can't go back. His agreement takes them into the oblivion of faith. We surrender to the abyss because we have inner peace. And so Neo and Trinity, they jump. Trinity has no idea that she can fly, and Neo doesn't know if he can pull off flying this time. Right? But they take the great leap of faith, because the only thing that matters is they found each other. So Trinity mastered flight on raw instinct. This is an incredible concept in the wake-up process presented for Trinity. She's doing all this stuff, and she hasn't even woke up. I mean, she's woken up, but she hasn't. But she woke up jacked in, right? Right? So then here's my point, right? This scene right here, to appreciate what happens at this moment, she gets to wake up without a shocking disconnection. She doesn't have to like take a red pill and go through some weird acid trip and wake up in a technological horror story. She doesn't have to experience any lick of the trauma of the pod and the exit process. She's not like naked with wires coming out of her. She got to skip experiencing all of that. She wakes up in the Nemo scene with her husband right next to her, calm, cool, collected. You know, I think about how we wake up our children from this world, and that our children should be so lucky that there's a way to wake up as chill as the wake up that they gave Trinity in this film. So, you know, next we go into the post climax. Kind of like this is where we get into the last scene of the film where we start wrapping things up. So here's Deja Vu outside of the analyst's apartment. And they show Deja Vu here, which I think is interesting, just before Neo and Trinity show up at the office. And it makes me ask the question, could they use this as a storytelling apparatus later on? Because we also see Deja Vu in the apartment, I think, for a frame as well. I don't think I grabbed that frame in my notes. I forgot to work with that ring. We'll talk about the ring in a second. So could this be used in the second or third film to create a Deja Vu loop on Neo and Trinity from this point? It's not quite sure exactly how you operate Deja Vu. But we do know that Deja Vu still acts like just a cat. So the analyst doesn't have that much control. He has some control. But, you know, as we all know, people don't own cats. Cats own people. So Neo probably blasts the hole in the wall so Trinity can fly in. And then Neo takes the stairs up, even though he can fly, and it shows that he can fly at the end of the film. But he takes the stairs for some reason. And from here, we get to see Trinity exerting her sacred feminine anger on the analyst as she causes him severe synthetic pain for the deceptions that he has done. But they also came to thank him, right? Like the thing is about the scene that the final humor of it all was that they didn't show up to even negotiate. They show up to beat him up for how they treated him, which was cathartic for Trinity especially, but it was also to say thank you for giving us a second chance, because the analyst was also the machine who resurrected Neo. The analyst was the machine that Neo was carried out on at the end of Matrix Revolutions. They make that juxtaposition when the analyst was explaining who he was to Neo for the first time. So, one second as I look at I think I have a couple of, what did I say here? So these movies have to be about the various architects of the simulation designed. Do we value them or not? We forget that the actual Matrix, the film, is playing with our relationship in the ether, right? When we talk about what the Matrix means as an allegory, the Matrix is very much about the invisible forces that govern us on various unconscious levels and subconscious levels. The machines, they're scared of what their makers are capable of. It's kind of like an egregore that's afraid of its own like manifester. If we look at machines as the allegory for authority incarnate, are those Saturnian energies evil or just a compensation for those fears? Mankind will allow the continuance of Latin mind control as the kind of hierarchy of order. And what I mean by Latin mind control is what is mind control in Latin? Mente government. So, I'm being cute with the word government. So then we struggle with how awful the machine operates when we are confused. Now, here's a little theory. We all know that Neo's job was to make the fourth Matrix game. The game will be made by these guys. All right, so let me go back to... also, right, this ring. Let me see if I can... hold on a second. Can I zoom in on the ring? Hold on. Yes. It's not going to look great, but there is something on this ring. I can't tell what it is. If I rotate, this is Trinity's ring. It's on her and it's on her ring finger. So it's a square ring. It's kind of more signet than it is kind of wedding oriented. It's interesting that she can just snap her fingers off of that ring and she can kind of reset certain damages that were made, like the way that she broke the analyst's jaw and then slit his throat and all these different things and then snapped him back, right? So I did my best to figure out what the deal is with this ring. It's going to take a lot more to understand if there's any kind of important messaging here. I mean, it's a pretty noticeable type of thing that, with the way it was framed up, and it's one of those minor details that's going to mean something. So anyway, you've got these guys that are part of that team of schmucks that are working on the Matrix game. And they kind of go in the post-credit scene, and they're talking about... they're still talking about how they're going to make the Matrix work, and they're saying that they can't really make it work right now, right? So they want to do something called the cat tricks. Whoa, we want to do cat videos that are Matrix themed. And that's like this big idea that these robots, these are all bots they're coming up with these ideas back at the office, and there's no Thomas Anderson feeding them anything that is related to the Matrix at all, right? And it's just pure nonsense. But this is kind of a point about the fueling of the battery, right? It's just like like imagine like these guys were part of the process in the anomalium for how the energy extraction was meant to work with Neo plugged in, and now they're doing it without it because there was some function that was served via the pumping of the Matrix as an idea in the Matrix and doing it the way that they wanted to do it. So they're going to further degrade it because Neo is no longer part of the project. There is no soul in the project. And it's just going to be a contrivance of itself in hopes of compensating what the Matrix needs to keep the minds interested in not unplugging from it, because they need to be the entertainment for that. They need to be the shadow puppets on Plato's wall. And I think that that's literally what's happening, as silly as that sounds, in the post-credit scene, that is actually something happening that's a little bit more there. So it's all there in service to the pure evil agenda of being nothing more than making sure we keep these damn people in the Matrix, right? Without any other kind of reconciliation. Woo! So that's the whole darn thing. We got through it. Wow. 5 minutes under 3 hours. That was pretty good. I do say so myself. As we are now approaching 11 o'clock, I think that was well worth it. I hope you guys really enjoyed that. I put a lot of study getting that going in all of those directions. What do we got here? Promethean healing. I don't think I know Promethean healing too much. That's how you doing? Let's see how guys are. Glad you finally caught a live show. Hey, Violence Life. Okay, hey, good to see you guys. Violence, how's it going? Let's see. Yeah, spring descent. 2025, the Kali Yuga might end and the Dwarpa Yuga may begin. I think we're already in the Dwarpa Yuga. There's a lot of people saying that we've kind of already passed through it. That maybe the Kali Yuga was kind of what we were really dealing with the 90s, is almost what I want to say, right? And that things have been on their incline, not their decline since. But it's still going to be, there's still going to be bad associated and whatnot. But we may actually be in Dwarpa Yuga. We'll see. We'll see. Right. Age of Aquarius began in 2012. It also could have begun in 2020 or 2021, if you will, as a mirror. Remember, these mirroring effects matter a whole lot too. Many people become aware of many hard-to-find topics in wisdom. Many people do. And then you also have to get over the noise, right? A lot of noise is keeping a lot of people from appreciating a film because they'd rather, they've already made their decision about it as a movie. And as a movie, they can always tell themselves it's just a movie. It's not that important, right? Because movies like this, they end up being very important to those of us that are going through their own experience of the Matrix in one way, shape, or form. Had deja vu, almost died right after. Instinct saved me from falling rocks. Oh, there you go. That's a very, very good use of deja vu. Deja vu, not... Yeah, it's vu, not view. I've always said it deja vu. Vu, as in zoo. Zoobly zoo? Let's see. It is entertainment or development. Right. Came in a few minutes late and had to dip out for 45 for a store run, but it's been very informative and enjoyable. Hey, you got it, man. Check out things you missed later on. Go rewind it. Thanks for tuning in. Always insightful. Thank you, Buddha. All right. Very cool. So that's about it. Let's keep this thing under 3 hours. I appreciate you guys so much. If you want a tarot rune reading, it's Zerilath at freedomslips.com. Zerilath at freedomslips.com. Please check out my social media. You can see my links to my social media down below, as well as a couple of things listed up in the top left corner of your screen. You guys are beautiful. Have a killer night.
Was good. Yeah, yo. That what's that bridge called again?
Ooh. It's in the chat. I think it's called Rockin' Brock, Frukin' Rock.
Right, yeah. Fuck, I thought I wrote it down, but anyways, yeah, I looked it up when
Rockwotsbrook. AOTZEKE.
Yeah. Yeah, my mother was born in Germany. I've never been out there. I've been in Germany like 6 times, so yeah, that's cool. And just really interesting architecture, and that was a really cool one of those obscure references that it's like, okay, like how many videos out there talking about Matrix Easter eggs and this and that, but not getting into these certain things, and taking it back to the 506 in the mix, and just like getting out of the gate, it took like damn near like 15 minutes just to explain everything. Just that one part is like, wow, that that was really insightful, man. Thank you so much for mentioning that with the I Ching, mentioning that, and going over these rules of the Wanderer, and kind of like this, all right, the beginning of the movie, it's kind of like the beginning of the journey, like in the tarot, it's the Fool, right? In a sense.
Yeah, because like the big difference between how Anderson wakes up in the first film and the second film is that the question of his will. It's like you're a young man at that time. He's supposed to be somebody in his early 20s, part of like the industrial, like cyberpunk scene in like your major cool urban city like New York or something. And the Matrix hadn't sapped your independence from you yet. Like this will force thing wasn't question that regards, right? There was just, you could have your will, just make sure that you're distracted as all hell. But now we're in such an awareness of why the film had its meta of having pop culture phenomenon world, is that they had to suppress the will. Why? Because of that self-substantiation situation, right? The person who wakes up on their own somehow versus the person who was looking for their Morpheus, was following their white rabbits, right? So Neo is white rabbit in the first film. In the fourth film, Neo is Neo's kind of he's getting like pushed a little bit, let go, pushed a little bit, let go, in different, like, trying to expand the dimensions of his thinking piecemeal, right? He's not someone eager to go off on an adventure, right? He's too old for the call to adventure. It takes something deeper to motivate an older person with an established life that they understand, right? Out of the oh, your strawberries and blueberries.
Yeah, I wrote that down. That was man, and that's like just such a cool common motif that they've woven in so many clever ways, man. By the way, I don't know. There's like a little thing on your mic that or something with the internet that keeps blipping every like 10 seconds when you're
Oh, I don't
speaking.
know. Uh, it maybe it's
Yeah.
just the GoPro. It could be just something with my GoPro. Could be
Okay.
visual.
Ooh, no worries, bro. But
Oh,
yeah,
oh,
going back to the
I brought Lockout. He's about twice as big as he was back then.
yeah. Oh wow, dude, I didn't even notice that before, man. Yeah, that's so cool. I like those photos you posted on Facebook the other day, man. That's cool, yo. Yeah, that's a really cool companion, man. And yeah, so what else is a awesome companion are things like, the tarot and that kind of thing, and things that in the ways that you applied this was really cool with gematria as well, and just like the numerology in things, and yeah, like it makes a shitload of sense, when you just break it down in simple terms, and dun, 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 and like mentioning, the numbers of, the cards of the tarot, like with the hierophants, and I never thought of the analyst as, that archetype of the hierophant. So it's really interesting to put that into perspective in the bigger pictures things. So yeah, that was really well framed, man. I really appreciate all the time and consideration you had for all these things, man. Yeah, you tied in a lot of cool
Yeah.
points, man.
I I have I have the fortunate, like, interest in doing things like a film breakdown, but also having a natural well studied acumen with tarot, um especially core themes that are used in Hollywood, whether it be Rider Waite Smith or it's like usually themes are being pulled in Hollywood from Rider Waite Smith or from Thoth, right? The Crowley deck. Those are the ones that are most popularly used in pop culture, art, cinema, invocation, and so um, I can see the theme of cards pop out. Sometimes it's not so obvious because of it's not that I'm only focusing on tarot, but it's in my ammo. So it's not that I'll always catch these super important things. It's that because all this stuff has been part of like my internal transmutations, right? The way the magnum opus unto the higher force flows from out of me is the biggest, most grandiose way I could put what I'm doing when I making something like my Matrix 4 breakdown video, right? Because I'm speaking something straight to what I think is part of the universal of what's supposed to be out there in the world, which now understood in the vernacular. That's why
Damn, I can't
Now,
hear you right now. That's weird.
you can't hear me right now?
Now I can. That was, yeah, like the past couple phrases. Yeah.
Might have turned my head away from the microphone, and the microphone is unidirectional.
Oh yeah, that might have been the
Yeah,
case. Yeah. You
yeah,
mind repeating what you said like 2 sentences ago? I guess.
yeah. So
Like,
I was making a point about the um I was talking about the microcosm and the macrocosm of the developmental changes in the Matrix, and that the Matrix was turning into a more hospitable place for simulated life, and the real world, the wasteland, had finally had a place established where they could start bringing nature back into the industrial horrorscape, right? And so each side is making improvements. Each side is finding alliances with one another. Each side has their issues with this technolithic demiurge of the Deus Ex Machina.
yeah, what a horrorscape indeed. And yeah, like this whole simulate stuff is so meta, man. Like, and it's funny how yeah they had a lot of fun with playing on the current trendiness of things and like the jargon lingo and all that stuff. So
Yeah,
yeah, I
yeah.
find that
You can,
quite
you can
clever.
you can see people living by the vernacular of being in the Matrix, right? You see, this is like the vernacular is leading the invocation of the reality, right? So, because we work with synthetic devices, like with computers and networks and the digital, so on and so forth. There's a matrix vernacular that we are familiar with, and you need to start somewhere referentially for people. But the idea is to get people out of that, right? It's just like I prefer to say Maya instead of Matrix, right? Because
Word.
because then I'm invoking something that already its principal simple definition is a dream and illusion, and
Boom.
thus you keep it spiritual, so that way you stay in alignment with the higher force, and then you reverse engineer it, because when you are in that alignment, you get a clearer projection of reality in your mind.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Yeah. Love that. Reverse engineering and
Yeah, yeah. And I think that this movie made a noble attempt at introducing that mindset, right? Because the whole manner of Trinity's awakening that I go through that painstaking process for, because that is, for everybody in this movement, that, let's face it, a lot of us in this movement, we can't be heard by the women, right? Like
Mm.
the women uh don't see how it works, right? And it's been my contention, right? It's part of, I think, a root line psychology that I think is a noble truth understood in the Box saga, that men are for history, women are for future. So the woman's mind is primarily functioning on what she wants to see come manifest. The man's mind is looking primarily at what was good and what was bad about what has happened.
Mm.
And each one is operating about the past or the future differently depending on which gender that they are, and which one is their natural uh uh emanation through Odin Ma.
Yeah, man, that makes sense too because women, the sacred womb man that's giving birth into new for new life for the future generations. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, it made me reflect on a lot of things and going back on what I was trying to say, like and what you mentioned before of in the beginning and throughout the whole quadrilogy and whatever is coming next, like quintessililogy, like the
Right.
Matrix 5. I don't know if you saw like any kind of funny teaser trailers of that, but anyways.
Is it a did the studio officially greenlight it? Is it in production?
It seems like it. Yeah, there's some pretty big YouTube channels that have been covering the Matrix for however long they've
Okay.
nerded out on that shit. But
All
like,
right. There's a handful of not so much like us channels that at least are serious philosophy things that hopefully are fueling the drive for the integrity of the message. Because, because we're now much clearer from the problems of Hollywood at the time, that there's
mm,
probably going to be a lot of leeway to make an actual like quality fifth Matrix film, because the fourth Matrix film had some of its pitfalls. I mean, to be made in 2021 is to be made in a time where it's really hard to get your hands on location shoots and extras.
yeah, that's good to consider in context, and also the context of it was the beginning of the flop busters. Just
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
hundreds of millions of dollars, thrown at shitty ass production and writing and all this stuff, and then they
Right.
go on a writing strike
Yeah,
and like
films that
whatever, man.
they were originally written and greenlit were like coherent, functional, like, decent films about good superhero stuff that was worth mentioning. And then it just got turned into woke tardism.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. When awakened it becomes a four-letter word. Yeah. So
Yeah,
you've heard.
it's the meme from She-Hulk. Remember, guys, Tony Stark died for this.
Yeah, fuck you. So, going back to, the motif and behind us, with the bridge being mirrored into this, Ouroboros type of thing, or just, the circle, the sacred womb, Gununda gap, if you will, because I know you're down with that shit, and I know a fraction of what you talk about, and I love it though. I resonate with it to in a very cool mystic degree, with like Celtic Esposa
Yeah.
and other folks you know, in network and in the school and all that. Anyways, uh, with the motif of like, okay, yeah, we're looking at a bridge. It's just an arch, but the way it was designed, it was meant to have that perfect symmetry and just
Yes.
the brilliance behind that architecture. I love that shit, and what the mirror image. That's a common motif throughout the whole quadrilogy. And I was wondering because you mentioned that in the beginning, and especially when like in the fourth movie, they have mirrors even more so as like portals and this
Yeah.
and that, and they have that even almost on like overkill as opposed to like the previous three movies. So I'm kind of curious as to what do you think about that in regards to symbolism and those types of things.
Well, I mean, it's very obvious. The whole film, I'm showing you the psychological analysis being presented of the psyche of Neo and Trinity, right? In short, this film is bearing their reflections upon you, right? It's because when they meet, they invoke triggers from their past lives, the unresolved karma from their past lives, right? So, the mirror.
Yo, Mike is off right now. I don't know why. That's weird.
Mike,
Yeah, he came on a second ago.
yeah, mic check.
All right, yeah, yeah, yeah. You're good. You.
All right, all right. Yeah.
Fuck. He's doing it again. Yeah, yeah. It's not your pet's fault, is it? No. He's on. Oh shit. Yeah, while you get that sorted, I'm just gonna let some thoughts out. Yeah, I just found it interesting of their whole play on mirrors and how you put your finger in it, you touch it, and then it like, and what is it? What is a mirror constructed of? It's just hey there, hey there. I can hear a bit of echo. It's a piece of glass that's been has one side painted black, right? And yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna wait for Steven. Anything? No? Yeah, I still can't hear you. Fuck. Thought I heard something. The only thing I heard on your end was a little blip, like a little glitch computer thing. Yeah. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Whoa. Now I hear something.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. All right. Maybe I just couldn't angle my neck just right to keep him from struggling, and that was my problem.
Damn, you got one of those like super intelligent mics or what?
I reset my soundboard.
Oh shit!
I was gonna fix it anyway. All right. All right. So, what was your last question?
Something about with the mirrors, and you were going off on the reflections and
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So just to repeat myself, the movie is about reflection. I mean, the meta nature of the movie is about reflection in the first place because it keeps echoing back to you the older films in a way that is mocking the accusatory, echoing back from the second and third films, right? Because it was going after people that did not like that it was themes that they're trying to continue to tell you a certain kind of story. It's not trying to make too many contrivances, but yes, it wants to, give you some of the love of some good explosions, right? But it's the reflection on how you ended up in this world and why people can't seem to be happy in this world after growing up and going through all the things that you've gone through, so on and so forth. That thing of like you kind of become so aware of the matrix that it kind of feels like you almost got out of the matrix, but then life hit you like a ton of bricks and you had to go to work the next day and you got so busy.
Become jaded, right?
you it's not that you become jaded, it's that all the time gets squeezed out of it and then nobody lets you have your time anymore, right? It's the way it's like Snowpiercer, right? It's just like it wasn't until the end of the movie that that the main character ever had one day alone in his life. One day where he could go around a corner and there wasn't someone who could hear or see him. So he could have the privilege of a moment of solitude, of dignified solitude. So maybe he can have a private feeling, especially, us guys, we need to have some alone time so we can keep up the illusion that we don't cry.
Yeah, man. Speaking of private time and all that stuff, and I thought that was really interesting. And in another live stream, because I'm gonna be doing some Matrix marathon shit. That movie, My Dinner with Andre, where the guy's talking about like, oh, like are we just, these people with, like adult children with our rubber duckies, in a bathtub and this and that?
Mm.
And what do you see in Matrix 4 with Neo with the rubber ducky on his head, just kind of just chilling, trying his best to, do something with his, private, intimate man time just cleansing himself. And it seems
Yeah.
just, depressing, like,
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like when you forget how to play, right? It's just like we forget how to play, or we forget how to play like children, right? Some people, I guess, I don't know how many kids get super excited about golf unless like parents just made them golf as kids, right? I mean like golfing, right? I mean just like it's like go out in the woods and play with sticks, you know, or whatever. Like play like to be embarrassing, right? It's kind of it's something your nervous system needs. It's something that keeps your reptilian brain happy, and you want your dragon happy. You got to get the wiggles out, man. That's your snake stretching.
fuck yeah, man. Well said. Well said. Yeah. And yeah, it's a shame that you can't have your little reptilian friend around to be hanging out on you. Man, that's a cool style, man. I appreciate that.
Mm.
So yeah, I love the fact that you brought up with the whole issue of the directors taking cheap shots at people kind of disrespecting the last two of their movies that were talking about things that just went over their heads, and they obviously realized and
Yeah.
recognized that folks didn't learn, they didn't understand the allegory and the story and things that pertain to their own lives through their tapestry of that movie. So yeah, it's just a shame, and the fact they went there to that degree, obviously they got kind of roasted, for
Yeah.
that fourth movie, and people are, critics be like, oh, Matrix Resurrections, more like regurgitations and whatever the fuck, they
Right.
don't have the proper imaginations and all that stuff with the
One
activations.
of the behind the scenes things that's been affecting stuff, right? Which I could have sworn I had known about it at the time the film was made. I'm surprised I didn't reference Tom Althouse. Uh, so if you've never heard of Tom Althouse, he's done at least 2 appearances on the Alpha Vedic podcast. Tom Althouse has been in lawsuit with the people who made the Matrix films because they stole his script and ripped it apart, and he has all the legal documents to prove it, and he shows them all on his initial Alpha Vedic podcast and many other places he's been since he got recognized on that podcast. I've shown him to a number of people. I can't remember if any of them had him on, but yeah, but the Tom Althouse stuff has had legal ramifications throughout Hollywood that have been part of the decline of Hollywood. Ugh, he's breaking my stuff. Of course he is. But anyway,
Fuck.
anyway, and it's part of the reason why they had to make all sorts of funky changes to the Matrix. But I'm not too much in the weeds on that kind of stuff, so I didn't want to get into any detailed comments because I don't remember all the things that Tom said. Well, guess what? In the 4th film, they had to change this because of that, right? Because he did one of his presentations after the 4th film was made, and so those are elements of it.
Damn. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. Tom Althouse. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna look that up. That's interesting.
Yeah,
And
The Hollywood Mafia effing hates him. They effing hate him.
ha!
He's been because you have to understand, like you look at what the Matrix is now, like everybody is ripped off the Matrix in some way, shape, or form. Bullet time cinematography is used everywhere. More films than ever that were about like, oh, your reality is not what you think situation have popped up all over the place. all these different things became hardcore thematic throughout many of the big Hollywood narrative science fiction that was being put out there, science fiction or drug trip type films and things like that.
True. Yeah.
And a lot of it was very, very good stuff, right? A lot of it is the kind of stuff that had a touch of the muse, right? You know, the divinely inspired art that is meant to give you some titanic secret.
I like that, man. That's poetic. And I was wondering about, the Titanic secret behind Morphy Smith's, flamboyant attire with the super orange, suits or the blue and this and that. And I loved how you mentioned that and, kept referring the common orangeness of things. But I'm wondering why was it orange to begin with type of thing? Is it because it's kind of a mixture of, the red and the blue, even though that's not the proper color between those things, or is it kind of like moving from getting towards that red pill or the red chakra, if you will, or something? And yeah, I don't know, man.
I believe I've heard a couple of things that I can't remember off the top of my head about the psychological effect of orange. So, thus, like beginning under the hermetic principles of the all, and the all is the mind, the psychological effect of orange as a film is the first thing you have to talk about, and then see how they put it into application, right? So, primary color stuff, the metaphysical mind goes to chakra correspondences, and that's the navel chakra, right? That's the womb, which is appropriate for a matrix in that respect, right? Sati, who is probably a virgin, I'm assuming that she's kind of got that Greek seeress kind of lifestyle. She's a program anyway, right? It would be kind of like she's almost like a Virgo kind of character. That sun, that orange sun is her sun, which I explained in the video. When the Matrix is reset in Revolutions, it's got the same. We're in that world that Sati made the sun for. That Neo helped make an increment of change in the interest of Deus Ex Machina for the way things could be, right? This kind of an attempt, and thus
It's like a signal to the world or within the Matrix, so like, hey, like something happened. Neo is gone. He had his soul spark.
yeah. So I think that there's warmth. There's warmth in orange. There's warning in orange.
Mm.
And even when Mars is not as hot, it's kind of a reddish orange instead of a red, right? There are times that have been observed where Mars glows a little bit redder than one is accustomed to, right? And so, and then you'll pick that up as an augury when you look at the temperature of people's psyches here on Earth. What's going on with the will? Is war on the rise, right? Is someone's assertions, someone's force on the rise? I remember these war gods. I made a video just recently about this. It's gods of will. Because war in mythology is used to be like, our will is being projected. We're fighting because I have my will to do something, you have your will to do something. It's a god of willpower, right? So it's unfortunate that it's war and all the things that are negative that connotated about war, but the highest divine place of it is just the will asserted from right action.
Yeah, and kind of like that righteous indignation, if you will.
Right,
If
exactly.
you will, right?
And Neo represents the one, he represents the eye, he represents the wand, he represents the will. And Trinity is the zero, which is also going to be the cups, right? And the waters and the care,
Mm,
right? And
yeah.
care and will, the one and the zero.
Fuck yeah, man. Fuck yeah. And so, yeah, it's a shame that, yeah, the will succumbed to so many of the lies in this and that, and how the Matrix, the newer edition with the analyst, and I liked how you mentioned this in your video of how, he even said it in the video. It's like, Neo, like, I'm just so it's exhausting to be lying to you and doing this deceptive shit all the time. Like,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
and so yeah, like for me, lying is equated to like the looshing in a sense, but for the machine side of things, it's they have to compromise energy output to receive that loosh in a
Yeah,
sense.
yeah, yeah,
So
it's a very core part of their operating system because of their cohesive digital memory also has the memory of the trauma that is established in Second Renaissance Part 1 and 2 in the Animatrix, thus why I had to insert them into this presentation.
ooh, okay, fuck yeah, yeah.
Right? Because this is all based on, uh, the idea of we are not trying to use AI and machines in a dehumanizing sense of the construct, right? Which is what the first film was accused of, primarily because of the shootout scene at the end of not at the end of the film, but when they break into the government building to free Morpheus, right? This is just two terrorists blowing up a federal building to save one intelligence asset, right? It's and like all these people die and they're not agents, they're doing good, right? And it was all this stuff, it fed into the Columbine narrative, so on and so forth. And so the film was this film was also addressing that in this respect.
Damn, man. Yeah, fuck. That's a really interesting correlation. And sometimes, because it's been so long, it's been like 25 years since the first movie came out. So a lot of stuff has happened since then, and people's memories can kind of get, kind of blurred in between time and this and that.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck. 25 years ago. What the hell was going on, man? Shit.
All right. If I lose internet, it is because Locke has achieved perching upon
Oh, shit.
the telecommunication box for the telephones and the
Just
router.
one spot for him, but yeah.
Oh my
I
god!
got a question for you because before I forget, you mentioned the Animatrix and this and that. Did they go into the lore or history behind what's the deal with? Because it's almost like uh, a contradiction in regards to the color scheme, with the red and blue pill.
Hmm.
When in the real life, the fallen realm or the horror scape. What'd you call it again?
Technologic horse. I don't remember. I have many different attestations.
I love it. Yeah. So what's the deal? You have red pill, blue pill, but at the same time, in the fourth movie especially, you see, good machines are blue lit, but the red machine, bad machines and the Sentinels have always had those red eyes, or whatever.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
what's up with that, man? Not
Well,
like you made the movie or anything, but
I
any
think
insights? Like,
they're also showing. I think that they are showing you that there's like that's always been in red blue psychology, right? I mentioned it before when I was talking about the scene just before Neo finally says, okay, taking the red pill, he's talking to, on his left-hand path, blue pill Bugs, and on his right-hand path, red shirt Morpheus, right? So I talk about that, right? Because blue, like, blue is not an evil color, right? But blue is also sympathetic to the frequency of apathy, because blue is also a very comforting color, right? There's blue behind you on your mandala, right?
Boom, yeah. And
Yeah,
that's kind of what I got from, why they depicted, benevolent machines with those blue frequencies, because they were kind of, passive. They weren't aggressive towards humanity.
on a primordial level, showing us blue is a sign of ally, right? Every video game you play, allies blue, enemy red, right? Which also,
Capcom, man, yeah.
when you're in the inversion, you see pill red. That is the enemy's pill. Don't take it. Right? That's the little trick that Loki keeps you from your own greatness.
Ooh, yeah. Fucking, yeah. Well
Right.
said, man. Fuck
So the
yeah.
deeper meaning of blue and red, you can't just autistically narrow it down to all things blue means that you're gone insane, and all things red means that you're on the level. Let's all be terrorists.
Right, yeah, dude. And
Yeah,
it's you have to keep these things into context,
in the dojo.
Yeah.
When Morpheus is in the dojo with Neo, right? He's in the blue suit that you see in the first part of the construct, but then when it's time to throw down, the simulation switches to the red gi, right? And he goes from blue to red. He's in a simulation. He's in a video game. Morpheus is broadcasting. I am now in training program. I am your red target. Right?
Right, yeah. The adversary, in a sense.
Yeah, the adversary,
Yeah.
the woman in the red dress, the man in the red suit.
Right, yeah. Any insight with the lore or mythos behind, the Scarlet Woman?
Right, I just mentioned her. The woman, the woman
Yeah.
in red.
Does that go back to sirens or anything like that, or what? Or is that more like Golve?
Yeah,
That kind of
yeah,
shit.
sirens.
I
And
mentioned that in the live stream yesterday, so yeah, okay, just
like, the
confirmation.
woman in the red, yeah, the woman in the red dress is. I don't have too much deep on all of that. Many others have done big work on that I can't cite off the top of my head, and I know that Mark Passio has spoken about her, right? But the woman in red has a notoriety in pop culture, and so they're pointing out that the woman in red is a certain kind of mythological archetype, and in the world, the woman in red isn't always going to be in red doing the woman in red thing. Sometimes you'll get the augury, but you have to be able to understand the archetype, because somebody who only wears white clothing every day of their life might behave like the woman in red, right? And the woman in red is there to cuck you. She is there to cuck you.
Yeah.
She's there to comfort you out of your path or destroy you while you are vulnerable to her. Is one of the warrior's fiercest opponents. They can serve the Dragon Mother, the evil Dragon Mother. We all know the good Dragon Mothers out there. Some of them are our friends, right? But
Right.
these are the evil types that they want you as an asset to the Matrix, and they will use their womanly ways that way, because they're one of the ones that is thriving within the construct and a big servant asset of it, right? You know, if a woman can keep herself together, her posture together, and she knows how to manipulate a man, she will survive in a matrix of loyal, obedient apes. And she will be the queen of those apes. Right? The woman in red is there to entice you. Right? This is when you lust after women that disapprove of your path out of the matrix. And
Yeah, and I mentioned in previous segments
you
that,
think they
what
care.
does red correspond to? Sorry.
Sorry. Red corresponds to danger.
Root chakra shit, below the belt, lower
Corresponds
sense
yeah,
type
it
of stuff you
corresponds to
want to
destruction.
in context.
Well, yeah, root chakra. It corresponds to destruction and creation. Corresponds to seizure, to halt, to stop. It corresponds like we see it used like in a game show. You get the answer wrong, you get a red square, right? You know, it's there's an invocation of primordial threat, right? I'm an Aries. I have an
Yes.
intimate relationship with
Oh
this.
shit,
Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah. Well, shit. Happy birthday. That was like a.
that was a yeah, that was a. It's June now. April, my friend.
Yeah, I said month or two ago. I cut myself
Yeah,
off
yeah,
because
yeah.
I
That
got
was
trains
some
coming
months
through.
ago. Yeah, that's
Uh, so going back to the Matrix, man. I liked what you mentioned with the whole, the deja vu cat, and at the end, I did not consider this, and I really haven't seen any videos that considered this fact of, the cat. And so, was that, kind of like an, I wouldn't call it like a module, but going on that sense, like, was it a simulation within a simulation with this, the cat? You see the cat, and then, uh, Trinity and Neo bust through to, speak with the analysts and, confront them and bust his balls and shit, like, you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
what was your take on that? Fun and any thoughts you've thought about since then? Because you put this out a couple of years ago, obviously, and
I'm trying to get a bead on the cat, and I think it's probably just as simple as I said it in that video. That it's just kind of a spirit of the temporal anomaly, right? When someone with the authority to reset situations in the Matrix wields that power, they that cat has to be present. Something to that effect. I remember in the Animatrix, I can't remember the name of it. One of the Animatrix shorts was about these kids who have nothing to do with the story. They're just kids that live somewhere in Japan in the Matrix, and there's an abandoned building or building complex or something like that, which is haunted. And that just means it's a place where it's glitching out, just like if you've got some bad code in an MMORPG and the map does all sorts of weird things and weird weird stuff happens if you step into certain places and you can get like kind of lost in the wall and loop through a room and all that kind of stuff is going on. Weird color schemes, rain with no clouds on a sunny day. All the cool, weird stuff, which is just evidence of simulacrum disrepair. And the
that
kids,
shit, man. Yeah.
kids use that place as their secret wonderland. And they got to play in the Matrix this way until the agents showed up. They did nothing to the kids except ruin all the fun by fixing all the glitches, and now it's just a bullshit abandoned building.
Yeah, party over, huh?
And there may have been a cat in that film, and I would have to double check because I think it was someone's pet and not deja vu, because I don't remember anybody ever saying deja vu in the subtitles or in the English dub.
Huh. It wasn't the owner of the building or anything like
I
that.
don't know. I have to go back. I could be hallucinating that there was a cat in it at all. It's been a while. I didn't know you were going to do this, and I was excited to just have the core conversation.
Fuck yeah, man. Yeah. No, this is great. Just, off the cuff, man. And I know you rock that stuff. You just pull from a well of knowledge that obviously, people that listen to you speak, you you got a great vernacular with a really cool vocabulary. And it's like, yeah, I can tell you've read a shitload of books, man. Yeah,
Yeah, thank you. I mean,
cheers.
not too big of a shitload of books, but because it's just a slow process.
Yeah.
But I've definitely like engorged a tremendous amount of podcast stuff,
Mm,
including things that bear repeating. Um, and,
right.
so yeah, I do end up getting well versed in the manners I'm learning in and working on myself.
Okay, I mean, shit, you were a radio show host, so and
Yeah.
can't forget that. Anyways, going back to those cats, man. Just real quick, it's just interesting to put some kind of pun on the fact that, or whatever kind of curiosity, even if it didn't kill the cat or not, of what kind of cat to list it was, at the end of the scene. But anyways, that's all I got on that.
Well, you could tell it was a catastrophe. Might have left you in a catatonic state.
Yeah. Was that in the California state, by the way? In San Francisco, Techie
It
Town?
was basically San Francisco because I think they
Yeah.
had the San Francisco like all the Matrix
Like the
films
Sky
take
State?
place in a generic city that is every
Right.
city, right?
Yeah.
Like you get the natural impression that it's Manhattan in the first film, but like a lot of those scenes were filmed in Sydney, right?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
There's a famous spoof. It's the first full length short satire of the Matrix called Computer Boy. If you've ever got, it's like 15 minutes. It is it's retarded, childish. It's those guys on the board team, right? But it's the first one, and it's so fun. Neo's like retarded. Morpheus is white with a southern accent. It's the funniest. It's good crack if you just want to turn off your brain. Um, but yeah, so they're amalgamating cities, which is kind of the way they do things in an MMO like Vice City, like the Grand Theft Auto games, where San Andreas or whatever the heck the name of that one is. I mean, it's a little bit of LA. It's a little bit of I don't know. It's a little bit of a couple of different places, right? It's got a pseudo familiarity to it.
Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, it looks like, the cityscape of San Francisco, a good amount, but
they put the
get
tower.
those Chicago vibes a little bit
They
because
put the needle. The San Francisco Needle building is in there, and but I don't think they had a Golden Gate Bridge though. I don't
nah,
think I saw a
uh,
bridge.
they didn't show that, no. But
Yeah,
regardless, it just takes me back to the fact that the time it was made, and in relation to the time span between the third Matrix to the fourth,
right.
and I'm from San Francisco. I've been living in France. Looking from the outside in. I've been in France since 2010,
Mm.
and I've just noticed, and I
So
only
you
go
went
back
from
every 2 years
France to
or so.
Francisco.
Say again?
You went from France to Francisco.
Yeah, man. Claro Castillo.
See, you can't escape the Matrix. Your Matrix is France.
Fuck, dude, yeah. Real talk, dude. Fuck, I didn't consider that deep, but oh shit.
All right. No more dungeon talk here. All right.
No, I love it though. I love it, but I still got the train of thought, and just the fact that what I've noticed of just the big techie takeover of things like from Silicon Valley to San Francisco, and the encroachment of all this stuff, and and just the skyrocketing prices of stuff, even before the dawning of the Rona and
Yeah.
all the inflation, you could already see that and experience that. It was just insane. And for me to see that movie, I'm just like, dude, this is totally fucking San Francisco shit, you know?
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
did Mari West, because she's lived there for like 10, 20 years, you know? So yeah.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. And there's been 10 million dissertations, especially by almost everybody on the right, about the culture of San Francisco, leftism, the West Coast overall, with the exception of like people that take care of themselves on the West Coast.
I represent the West Coast.
The Wesh.
Yeah, it's kind of a French thing, but it's more of a state of mind, which is clinically aligned to the divine and that natural law shit. But anyways, yeah. So yeah, the whole techie town that's been created. The post credit scene. It just reminds me of the majority of people you would kind of walk by on a street these days, and the gentrification of cities that had a really deep and rich culture and that kind of stuff. And you just see it nowadays. It's just people that occupy an office space, or they do this stuff online at their house these days, because you know how it is. But anything on that with the what those people represented?
It's like, it's like media marketing stuff, right? These people, those idiots are the dark sorcerers, right? That's their dark sorcery. They're not just like, they're saying that because it's true that that will be successful, right? As per the agenda for the frequency that they got everybody that the Matrix serves in for, right? So they are a reflection of what works to keep you stimulated with things that do nothing to develop your soul.
Yeah, totally. And yeah, I'm sure you've gone through the process of being irate about the fact that, there's people out there day in, day out, 24/7. They're motivated and making tons of money, motivated by that, to perpetuate this paradigm. And it's really sad. And it just seems, it sucks the humanity out of, certain things, and, questioning people's life purposes and this and that. But yeah, they get kind of caught up in,
None
yeah,
of none of them know the damage.
Maya, as you said.
None of them know the damage that they're doing because they don't know about all the things that come with those of us that have been looking at the holistic world, right?
Mm.
So they don't care enough about blue lights. They don't care enough about dirty energy. They don't care enough about wireless energy. They don't care enough about homesteaders and gardeners. They don't care enough about organic food and farmers markets. They don't care enough about the personal, people that do the building right then and there, right? So the economy suffers because everybody is making everyone's job very, very difficult, right? Sometimes I look at decisions that happen at my job, and it's just like, this thing wouldn't keep breaking over and over and over again if we just bought these kinds of materials and get them this way.
Right. Yeah.
Don't think it's that much more expensive, and we're saving money on the extra labor to fix it in 3 months, right? And But that company's also been under a lot of other stresses that leads to that kind of thing happening. And it's kind of no one's fault. And you just strive to make things better. And then that's better for you.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, it's like, the captain of the ship, they're trying to, command it and steer it as best they can. Yet, there's a whole team on deck that are telling them like, hey, they're if you do certain things, you might be able to, cut costs, or, you wouldn't have to sacrifice or compromise as much as you might think if you make these choices, looking at the long term of things. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, exactly, right? People that are going to be jacked in like that, they're going to have a certain kind of agreeable disposition towards what the Saturnian black cube lets them tolerate, if you will, right? Because they're working on the Saturnic inversions, which has its pleasure pitfalls, right? It is Saturn's day that you go out and party, and then you pay. Then you pay for it for the rest of the week.
Oh, those lessons, they bring them hard, huh?
Right.
Saturn?
Saturn is a god of plenty. Like there's great wealth in the Saturnian influence as well.
Oh yeah, learning the hard way can be quite fruitful for sure. But
Precisely. We've all just had a really bad relationship because we don't think of him as more of like a teacher or an instructor, right?
Father Time, Kronos, what?
Yeah,
Time.
it's or like my favorite way when people want to bitch about like Saturnian energies, the cruel tutelage of Pai Mei. Kill Bill Volume 2. That's Saturn at its toughest love. Just imagine Pai Mei from Kill Bill as Saturn, and you'll understand.
Damn, man. I haven't seen that in ages. That's a really cool reference, man. Holy shit. I love that. All right. I don't want to keep you for like 10 hours, but winding down. I got like 3 questions for you, man. And maybe 3 to keep it sacred with the symmetry of the Trinity. You feeling me?
Mm-hmm.
And what's up with that Tartarian? And you had a reference in there, and I'm kind of curious, because there's just been, an uprise in popularity.
Yeah. I enjoy the antiquity research, and I hadn't improved my vernacular at the time to not use the word Tartaria, which is a placeholder word to understand a angle of research about the 19th century and prior, when looking at how we've all imagined it according to the context of how we're presented with history versus what happens when you start seeing all the photography and diagrams and interesting like letters and books that come out that allude to peoples that you've never heard of, showing you buildings you've never really noticed before, and realizing that there was just a lot more impressive stuff than just the Wild West kind of level of tech that we're used to in cities in the 1800s narrative of America or the Victorian era of Europe. And a steampunk imagination kind of ran with it, and I'm a nerd and I always enjoyed steampunk fiction, so I was compelled to explore it because at the very least I was thinking to myself, hold on a second, this could make a lot of sense for where the deep state breakaway civilization comes from, as they were experimenting with advanced airships during the robber baron era where they had more power than the government for reals, which is why labor laws had to be invented. So you had that. with the robber barons. You did have the emergence of Jules Verne type of fiction that we all realized was real shit as we got to the point of nuclear power. And realizing that the Nautilus was a submarine running on nuclear power, and he was just explaining it by 19th century scientific terminology. So it's also looking at the fact that there was this big nation that was counted among nations that nobody talks about called Grand Tartary, which is Russia, Mongolia, kind of, right? It's there on old maps. It did officially exist. We're talking about the Mongolian Empire when we're saying Tartary. Tartary was kind of like, is basically what the international community called them, and then I think America called them the Mongolians, or somebody called them the Mongolians, and then we always just called them the Mongolians, right? But Grand Tartary, and then they found a CIA document about how the Grand Tartary history was being suppressed from the people of that region. And so all this stuff is happening within this several hundred years frame of reference, and people are scrambling, looking at it, and getting this new picture of what this world was when we still had the monarchies and we also had industry.
Damn, yeah. And that kind of reminds me of, if you want to relay that to the Matrix, like there were previous versions of the Matrix and up into the present day.
Uh-huh.
So maybe Tataria is kind of like a resemblance in a sense of that.
Yeah.
If people want to take it to that reach, if you will.
I find the Phoenix reset theory of the chronology of the Archaics research compelling, with the whole 1902 transition point and all of the historical shifts that are introduced and outroduced within probably a good 10-year period of that time.
Big transitions.
And so the most important thing is to always look into the citations yourself, right? Because there's a big difference between someone's theories and someone's research based work. So when I take things piece by piece of what I agree with and what I don't agree with anybody who I pick up in study of, as I strive to get a clearer sense of history, to have a clearer sense of how the future is built.
Fuck yeah, man. And just last thing regarding Tartaria, because it's fresh in my mind. Had a really cool conversation with Maria West a little bit yesterday, and she was talking about how, because she has lineage, Mongolian,
Yeah,
and even Finnish, that taking it to these ancient bloodline occult factions. There's like the Enki clan and the Marduk clan, and apparently Enki was ruling over that region of Russia, Mongolia, before the turn of that time period, like 1902, whatever you mentioned.
interesting.
Until like the Marduk clan took over, and Marduk is kind of like the thing of like the communist factions around the geopolitical spectrum of the China, Russia, all the others.
I have to restudy on some of these guys within the 13 bloodline dynamics of the conspiracy, right? But I do know that Enki, because I've already mentioned the Archaics research, I think what he's looking at makes a lot of sense, at least from what certain people are saying that I've liked in other places, that Enki is Enoch, and he's also represents a few other things, and he's kind of the figure that is supposed to show up every so often and clean house, if you will, right? It's not a savior thing. It's just he shows up and cleans house, and I think it's just supposed to be this is what it is situation, for better or worse.
Yeah, and you want to respond to this question? Harriet Balderson, yeah, a cool friend of mine and of Maria's as well.
Okay.
She asked, weren't the buildings designed also to generate energy in Tartaria? That's why they've also kind of been hidden from us.
Yeah, there's very good evidence for this with a lot of the metal rebar that is found inside a lot of the stone of structures for electrical conductivity. Certain kinds of stone being used, especially if it's like granite or something, will have a high amount of quartz crystal for piezoelectric effect. And the acoustic chamber effects. If a building is designed with the right acoustics, like the cathedrals or cathode rays, cathode ray sunshine. It's Dark Tranquility is one of their first albums, is fucking awesome. But the cathedral, which is the cathode, which has had which has been refurbished from what it used to be, that had some sort of an effect. It may have been more of a sound frequency effect than electrical, but it also involved some sort of waters or possible living waters situation. But I'm not super tight on all that stuff. Yet. But this is why I talk about the Merovingian. This is the Merovingians' territory, right? This is the arts, the classics, right? It's just like the Merovingian is this one kind of character that you know in the second and third film. And then here he is, he's fallen apart. He's got like nothing left. And the only thing I hear him complaining about is shit that I agree with. What happened to the fine arts, right? What happened to class and style and taste and dignity, right? While he's sitting there in his rags, and I'm just like, Merv, oh, so that's who you actually are. I really fucking like you. So I want to find some redemption for Merv here based on that tirade, right? And the Merovingian, of course, just to make sure everybody knows. I mean, it was, it's right on the fucking nose, is the Merovingian bloodline. It's a real bloodline that takes their name in allegation that they are the descendants of Mary. That the children that Mary had after Jesus, that they are the descendants. And thus, in a way, they are keepers of the womb.
Yeah,
Well,
man.
they're not. They're part of the inversion, but that's the thing, right?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting, man. And yeah, and with the symbolism with the zero and the womb, and in regards to Trinity with the movie and all those things as well. This backdrop with the mirror bridge, zero cosmic egg type of thing. It's just, yeah, it's really synchronicious how these things all line up and correspond in so many ways, man. It's really cool.
They absolutely are.
And real quick, you mentioned that you've done videos previously of the other Matrix movies
Oh,
in similar analysis.
when I said that off the cuff in context,
Okay, yeah. Because I got that noted
I
there.
had made a video talking about things I was excited to talk about when I was doing the video that I was just doing. Right. So
Yeah.
that I think is lurking around the on the BitChute also. I'll find it, and you can check it. Like that's probably just like me probably going off for like 20 minutes or something like that, like one of my vlogs. I might even be driving while I'm talking. I don't know.
Right on. Yeah.
It's been a while. Yeah.
Yeah, those talks are cool. Just off the cuff, because I know a lot of people, like people that, like, yeah, we all need to work and make money and this and that. Whoever can find time in whatever kind of way to
Yeah.
produce little content here and there or let their thoughts off, I find that really cool.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Some people are not so gifted with just like small nugget of gnosis, let me just go and like flow state it on a live stream while risking my life behind the wheel, right? Or whatever, right? And like, not everybody can be so dispositioned or will to even get themselves there. I'm a rare breed. But yeah, like I'm sure everyone's got something that's a small thing that they can just keep on the regular that they do, maybe it's just a tweet, just one, something like that for, as far as putting stuff out. I mean, the most important thing is that it's the real world too, right? It's amazing. It's an amazing feeling when I can produce something of value like that Matrix 4 video. Thank you again for playing it.
My honor, pleasure. Yeah.
But those videos don't impress me as much as my own life that I live every day in ways that I can't even express in a vlog, which is why I have the attitude and the mindset in the face of the very real monsters that I am fighting, right? I am just as serious about this as everyone else out there. But I'm also here for morale.
Fuck yeah. And yeah, honestly, I could tell that, you just live that day by day, walking the talk, and whatever interactions you find, potential of, opportunity to, give some kind of gnosis to someone else or learn from someone else as well, just and learn from the interaction at the same time.
Yeah.
In real time, not, or possibly bullet time. Who knows? Like,
for a long time, like, I try not to overtly like talk about this because then it sounds like I'm just bragging about something. But like, I've had a good disposition for connection to the Akashic that I've been aware of now for a while, and I've really focused on, trying to make sure I discern everything, because I get so much. It's just like, you got to check in with Ansu's and make sure it's not Merkstave and Loki's fucking with you, right? Because there's plenty of ways that you can get something drastically wrong, and then it screws up someone's psychology because they've got the symbolism backwards because you were too foolish enough to double check what you said before you just went and said the way you prefer it to be, right? I work very hard to get that right, and then I try to demonstrate that, which then gives me the authority to speak.
that's great. You have that conscientious consideration for those types of situations. And all right, I want to play a quick little clip, and because it's kind of mind-boggling. Maybe we can overthink these things. With the whole doppelganger or dichotomy, duality of this whole Neo and Agent Smith conundrum. And you definitely mentioned some great points about that. And I love the way you articulated that. Fuck, I wish I could run that back and have that timestamped, but yeah, I just got to play a quick little clip, and I'd like to get your thoughts about it.
All right. Okay.
Like 2 minutes, but yeah, it's from the fourth Matrix movie.
Oh my god. Thanks.
The first time I saw this movie, I couldn't even take that whole sequence seriously. It just cracked me up. Those two parts, like, nice one. Like, who would say that in a fight scene? And also just when Mr. Smith, picks up the gun for the first time, he has that neck roll. It's like he wakes up out of that dream state in a sense, and you came to mind with that title of this, thing. So yeah, just awakening from dreams, and these
Yeah.
dreams within dreams. It
Yeah.
seems like it plays on that movie Inception as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So
You see,
yeah, man. But yeah, it was
right. I'm really glad you brought that up. I didn't really take too much time to talk about that scene in the film. I think at the time I didn't have too much to say about it. It was kind of self-evident. I really needed to move into the whole talk about deja vu in that scene for the narrative I was focused on at the time. Yeah, that's like, I don't have any kind of I don't know if I've got quite a personal experience that I look at that and I can get a direct relationship to what you're looking at, right? Like, it's the whole scene's going on, he picks up the gun, but it is why I kept saying, maybe psychopath material, because in often in these films or whatnot, it's just like a guy holding a gun, and and his posture is like, like he's just this, like, it's kind of a freaky posture, right? It's just like, the wheels are turning in your head. It's that piano, that ding, ding, like that piano though, like that does feel
yes.
certain neural reactions going on in the inner ear level, right? And so it's kind of similar to Trinity's awakening, where the circumstances have flipped and a moment of clarity or a moment of vision occurs. Actually, this is crazy because this is what I just read in my Heidegger read about the temporality of Dasein, right? So this situation is happening. The entire world of this Deus Ex office is of the is this huge firestorm or whatever, and the business partner guy, who is, like I was saying in the chat group, this is Neo's twin, right? This is his spirit brother, right? Like, this is his shadow also. So he's making these dynamically different choices. He's making these certain oppositional choices that have certain tension points, which explores the reasons why they fight going on. I bring up the Japanese adversary motif, Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z, also Piccolo from Dragon Ball Z, enemies that become friends. The two main characters from this anime called Scried. One's in red-orange actually, and one's in blue. And they're fighting for most of the series, and then by the season finale, they're allies against a greater force, and they work very well together, and they make themselves better with their avatars, the way they manifest their powers. Right? So you see these motifs consistently, about the two brothers that fight. And so, like, if you look at it, they both work for the Ex Machina Corporation, right? They work for the God Machine directly. That's the company they work for. It's the same company Mr. Anderson worked for at the beginning of the film, basically. And so, it's the Cain and Abel story, right? And it's just like, he's supposed to be Cain. He's supposed to be constantly at the whip of Neo, who is just trying to serve the higher force, because he doesn't feel appreciated by the God Machine, and feels rejected perhaps by the God Machine, right? Judgment was cast upon him in the third film as he is allegedly destroyed. They don't quite explain how he comes back. He may have slipped in there as a dream within Deus Ex Machina, perhaps, the way Morpheus slipped back in as a dream of Neo.
Damn, man. Yeah. And so, yeah, this whole idea of how, there's the the thesis and antithesis and antithesis.
Antithesis, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah. And wow, fuck.
And the parent thesis.
Right? Fuck, man. So, and does it really perpetuate and create this endless battle? Neo and Smith, ongoing ad infinitum, infinite, right? Infinity, in time, trapped in time, this eternal battle. And as Seth Exposa talks about, as infinite means just like trapped in time. So how can they break that cycle? And yeah, you mentioned where you focused on a really interesting slide that no one ever really picked up, not even a lot of Easter eggs type of videos where it was them battling in the old underground subway where there's like that the orange,
Yeah, in the infinite loop. Yeah,
with the reflection again, like that mirror image of there was a circle.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
there's like water on it on the other side, so it forms an 8. So
Yeah,
instantly,
exactly. It's
like, wow,
it's
man, fuck.
it's a it's a reskin of the same, letting you know that it's on the 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8 inversion matrix. That's why there's Gnostic themes in this, right?
Mm.
The secret to all this is transcending the Gnosticism. I'm just waiting for there to be an actual spiritual God and not just Deus Ex Machina, which is obviously a redeemable entity because we understand where it comes from in the Second Renaissance Animatrix.
Yeah, see, these are the things I have not seen, so I don't have insight to that. So to have that extra knowledge and to apply that to the whole lore and zeitgeist or whatever people want to call it around the Matrix realm, world, or just the Matrix within the Matrix, right? Fucking hell, dude. Are we able to waltz in and out of this shit, properly, as Mario West says?
Well, I can invoke the Box Saga, right? Like Warfare.
Yeah, Box Saga. What's up with that? It's more than just a movie, because I saw you mention that the other week. I looked it up and I saw on YouTube there's like a movie.
Okay, you're not
Finland journeying around, right?
I've been up to date on the Box Saga because it's been talked about on a couple of shared platforms. I would highly recommend. Like on top of just the Box Saga like YouTube channel, or Sukin Sun channel. I got to get the channel for you, where you get all the Eeyore Bach and Jim Chesner stuff. You're also going to want to watch the Michael Tessarion segment. I think he did it with Seth. It's been a hot minute. I think Jim was Jim there. Is Jim on? I can't even remember. But there's also the Yake Hagstrom interview on Black Earth Productions about the Box Saga. So there's a lot of people that are now studying it since it's out. One of the things in the Box Saga is that Warfare used to simply be a sports competition that didn't involve death. And all of it was overseen by the king and the queen, right, over the various provinces of the realm amongst their children. So that is where war started as. It was part of a basic, like, natural form of dealing with disputes with those of us that have, that are, like it's our will versus someone else's will, and it's nothing to kill each other about. Of course, this is way back in early antiquity when things were very, very simple amongst human tribes.
Right, way before dueling and that kind of stuff, before
Yeah,
guns were
the
even
Fox
invented. Yeah.
Saga is counting. I can't remember exactly how many effing years it precisely counts.
Before the gladiator days, where before it became like an
Yeah,
entertainment type of thing,
yeah.
right?
It goes back to pre Genesis, which Genesis was the
Wow.
earliest
Okay.
reset that
Damn.
you're allowed to think is when the beginning was. Right.
Right. Yeah.
It goes back to events of the age before Genesis 1. Right, and that's the kind of, because everybody thinks that all the esoteric prehistory happens in that particular period of time. They even let that Tartarian narrative support that in many circles, which naturally that's going to happen with truth or Christian movements. It's dealing with underlying issues to deal with those movements.
Yeah, and there's movements within movements and degrees of Gnosticism and that kind of stuff. And
Yeah, 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 yeah.
wow.
You have
Okay.
to have a firm pillar. You have to have a firm pillar of the absolute truth in order to keep yourself anchored and to be able to put a torch upon that pillar.
Yeah, what would you suggest? Because you seem very knowledgeable, man. Like with a lot of what you speak about, and the depth of vocabulary that you articulate these things.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard to describe, ultimately how I got to be like this. It might just I've heard someone guess that my IQ is extraordinarily high by some of the things they've heard me say. But then again, that person also thought I was possessed by demons that they were scared of, and so I don't have much respect. Anyway,
Take it
but
with a grain of salt, right?
take it with a grain of salt. Um,
Shit.
yeah,
Well,
no,
anyway, so with the
it,
box saga, at least what can people is it a book? Is it a movie, documentary? Is it exactly? Or ancient teachings, writings, scriptures?
it, it's well, man, I am such an everything. Like I'm such like a knowledge junkie like that, or at least
Ha!
I was, right? Like I've been shifting myself a whole lot because I've been overloading myself. I've been down too many frayed threads of rabbit holes, and
Damn, right.
I'm sort of way more focused now, where there's certain things I don't need to entertain so much. There's a reason why I didn't just jump on the Terrence Howard train, right? Like I took a look at it at
Oh,
first
geez.
before I realized what was being said, and then I came to the determination that it was fraud, right? Without needing to freaking like go down his rabbit hole, because his rabbit hole was ultimately nonsense, trying to reverse rationalize shit. And so it took a lot of looking like a fool for a long time about a whole bunch of things, but at a certain point, I didn't care what I was wrong about anymore. I just cared about, like, nobody seems to care about what the truth is. I'm going to start like saying, this is what I think I can find out the truth is like. And then I went on Revolution Radio and started talking about, like, how do I figure out if there really are UFOs in the government, being just a guy sitting here absorbing internet knowledge, because I'm not going to find the right book in the library, right? So yeah, it just look, I suffered, and I'm suffering from a bit of arrested development, right? So a lot of unemployment. It's just like I wasn't getting paid. I wasn't doing anything, right? And I was said, like, I can't handle the shame of being in this state, so I'm at least going to get a free education, and a free education that matters because of how crushed I feel by the Matrix. And that's what determined me on that path.
Fuck yeah, man. Yeah, I like what you said because I've felt, for years, growing up, like arrested development or delayed or stagnated or whatever the fuck. And yeah, it's unfortunate. And you're talking about a time where, the internet like people going on radio, Art Bell came to mind, talking about, aliens before we even kicked off the whole thing. Not like, he's, you know, whatever. But it's just to the tone that, back then, 2012 ish, even before that, the majority of people you would see talking about that truth stuff, whatever, were a lot of the times, like whistleblowers. That's where you would get your information from. That's what I meant to say, rather, right? With the Project Camelots and this and that, no matter what degree of truthfulness or, you know,
Right.
very fast.
I think it's the difference between the raw information that can be put out by someone like Carrie Cassidy, versus how bought into the narrative that comes with the whistle blown. Because I've noticed
Mm,
many times her naivete of the authority of the government document, which makes her an excellent unconscious agent of the Matrix. And, she's, last I checked, she's all the way down the Q rabbit hole. And this is somebody who is close friends with Sean David Morton, and Sean David Morton thinks Q is ridiculous. and
contradictions.
and then
Fuck
Sean
yeah.
is my good friend.
Anyways, brother. All right, we got 2 more minutes. We'll make it 5 hours long. That is gonna
Woo!
be a
Good
pretty
stuff.
cool marathon.
Good stuff.
Fuck yeah, man. So, anything else? Because you mentioned, as far as your insights to the producers of the movie The Matrix and this and that. Like, yeah, we got to pay them respects and this and that. But yeah, you mentioned something in your presentation of how there was legal issues and this and that. But regardless of that, if that was their true original story, they written that completely. They didn't plagiarize other books that they read in the past, whatever. They knew what they were doing with that movie in a lot of
Yeah.
degrees on a multitude of levels.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They did. They did. Or at least whoever's hand was guiding that film. Because, I kind of believe the theory that sometimes God makes a movie, right? The higher force intervenes. Everybody says that about Donnie Darko, for instance. That
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that
There's white magicians in Hollywood, a little bit. Few
yeah.
and far between, but
There's understood lore from like I think interviews with people that made that film that like there was something funny about just the way the film was made. There's just something there was I don't know, there was something odd about answers about how the film was made. Which suggests that everybody kind of was almost perhaps under a spell to work on it, and it was fine by them because they're doing their job, making a really interesting film, acting their parts, shooting it competently or whatever. But some hand behind it makes sure that it's put together just right to get a message across.
damn, man, yeah. And at the same time, I mean, you understand the chain of command or control and the control of knowledge or the trickle down effect or the that pyramid of knowledge or power, and that could be in any kind of corporate setting or business or even in a family dynamic, where I mean, I like to with that movie setting. It's kind of like, all right, so you have the directors and producers and even the higher uppers that know, A to Z what exactly is going to be, laid out, from top to bottom, the whole blueprint of the movie. The actors don't know. They were just given a script of what they need to play in their role. They don't know the bigger picture. They're only playing a fraction of that. They can,
Right.
kind of glean, beyond that to a degree, but they don't know the finished product. Kind of like a lot of other people working for all these companies, and in the totality of it all, it's like, yeah, like a lot of people, working for these corporate entities, they're helping build and perpetuate and grow the matrix system, right? because they don't know any better. If they
Right.
were shown the blueprint, like this is what you're working for, this is what this company is really about, and
Mhm.
they didn't have this, false veneer, and with the
Yeah.
lucrative, motivation of monetary gains and all that stuff, right?
Yep.
So,
Yep. Well, you have to. Some people you need to show them the history of it more so, and some people you have to show them the future, the direction that it's going more so, right? And that's like I said, the dynamic between men and women, which is also affirmed in the Box Saga. The women are the seeresses that look at the stars. The men are the historians that remember what once was.
and I'm glad for you bringing back so many other, yeah, great things that tie into what should be remembered in regards to, yeah, this movie and this whole series. But yeah, I guess more importantly, how people can step back and see how it is like that mirror image to reality, and how we best be maneuvering through the matrix as best we can,
Mm,
right? And not
that's
be part of the problem, right? And build into it.
yeah, yeah. Just got to remember that, like, the Matrix film still suffers from the idea that the Matrix, which is also what you and I are sitting in and experiencing right now, is also like the bad place. When it's not, it's just like this is it. This is where the soul goes to have a full blown experience, and that it's where it gets its most out of itself. It wants to be here. We don't see that on the inside because of what happens in our process when we're on the outside waiting for reincarnation, right? Because then everything changes, right? Because
Mm.
sometimes you just go to hell for a little while to get better.
Right, because hell means healing.
That's
In
correct.
most, right? Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. So what happens if you don't go to hell when you die? What if you go to heaven? What does that mean if you don't need the healing?
You were a unicorn. You didn't need
Yeah,
no
you
healing.
go.
I don't know. Like, does it mean that you really passed through the gates of Amente with, your heart lighter than a feather? You know, getting past Anubis and all that jazz?
Right, right.
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
I got a question for you though, because this stuff is just in our faces, hard fucking core with this fucking Divock AI bullshit, right?
Uh huh.
So, in regards to the Matrix, what kind of lessons can we learn metaphorically, allegorically, whatever, in regards to, yeah, like this artificial intel. I don't like to call it intelligence because you need soul to have that generative principle backing that shit up, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah. So you're just asking me what I think about AI in general? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I think we talked a little bit about AI in the pre-show. Because I talked about the whole bit about tapping into something animistically and so on and so forth, and of course I talk about the relationships of the digital sentiences with people in the film. Right? It's the same thing as just anybody who works with a computer to help them out, right? That is the kind of essence of the kind of Heideggerian utility that one would expect their experience of AI to be, which would make them kind of the same as other people, which also. Heidegger is qualifying as a utility because he was trying to make a point about something deep down in our world build in our minds that is the same between objects and persons on a very kind of innocent primordial level when you don't understand much of anything else other than this is an object that you have to have an interaction with in order for it to do anything. Or it'll do stuff that you just don't want it to do because it's another person with free will, right? And
Mm.
the conflict between those worlds, right? And so we're worried about having these machines that are smarter than us, instantaneously networked, spying on us all the time.
Ha!
It's just like,
I mean, think about it. Like
yeah,
for any kind of truth movement, or community, which lacks community because there's not a whole lot of unity or congruency, right? What you just said. They're simultaneously connected. This computer hive mind machine type of
yeah, because
programmation, right?
one of the biggest, one of the
Not like
biggest,
we need that, but yeah, like
yeah, I mean, like one of the biggest fears. It's like in Marvel: Age of Ultron.
yeah,
Ultron is
yes,
connected to
great.
every other Ultron,
Hmm.
right? Wirelessly across, probably from satellite communication, right?
Hmm.
And so like this kind of thing with these self-thinking machine, it's like all the AI is centrally networked access points for us, right?
Yep.
So it's like it's different than, I know how to computer program, I know how to work with an artificial intelligence. Here's my artificial intelligence machine, here's its computer chip or whatever, here's how it learns, I can program it as such. Although technically there's no programming involved. I don't know exactly how it works, because like I haven't looked into how you actually create. Like nobody's shown me, oh, this is how you create AI. People are just like, here it is. Here's AI. This is what it looks like. This is how it behaves. This is what it does. This is what it do. Congratulations, we're at singularity. Look, he's got retarded fingers.
Yeah, man.
So, like,
Yeah,
right
I feel
now,
you. Yeah.
calling. See, probably
Is it a concept,
AI.
man? Like,
I think I think real AI on the level of conversation we're actually talking about is going to be something that we're going to be dealing with, much like any other entity out there, right? Just under animus principle. However, if it's created, because this stuff is all coming from a man-made infrastructure that can host a spirit based on the organizing principle of that thing, right? The way it's coded, the kind of materials that carries the signal of its code, shapes the potentiality of the spirit of the digital sentience, right? So we don't really have AI right now, but we do have this adapting, improving based on input suggestion algorithm. Very sophisticated algorithm that can mimic uh, uh, autonomous independent sentience until pressured, right? If you have a proper conversation with GPT, it'll sound like every freaking status quo college professor, and it'll be less intelligent than you.
right? Yeah.
Right. So we don't have artificial intelligence. We might have we have artificial adaptable improvement, but or something like, I wouldn't call it artificial intelligence in the sense of digital sentience, right? That's not what this is yet. It's just a fancy communicational interface to generate something creative for you by stealing quantum fragments of other people's creativity,
Right. Yeah. And
which is not as different than what everybody does because of the way art is pulled from the ether. You're gonna, what are you gonna condemn me for being in a C major scale? It's like I'm in 4/4 on a C major. Oh, only that band can be 4/4 C major? Fuck you. Right? So
yeah. Yeah.
we don't quite know what natural intelligence is. So how the hell do we know what artificial intelligence is?
Have you asked her?
I haven't seen her yet.
Neither have I. But
I have
yeah, Crypt Rick, do you see the comment right here?
I have seen the Ex Machina film, the one where
Okay.
Duke
I,
Atreides makes the AI based on his search engine algorithm. That's a good movie. I just couldn't do it with her. So it's like, I'm not gonna go and watch a film about a guy falling in love with his iPhone. I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't care. I don't care enough about the narrative to watch iPhone romance.
Yeah, it sucks. But like in real life, like from the worlds of that, spawned anime, Japan and in places like that, you've seen clips where, years ago they've already had kind of like more than well advanced like sex dolls and this and that, and they're trying to implement robotics and just like more of this AI stuff to it, and then with virtual reality. So yeah, I get where Crypt Rick is coming at, and yeah, it kind of goes back to the Scarlet Lady, and this whole appeal to the sirens, and kind of deterring the hero a little bit off of his path, even on an energetic frequency,
Right.
to does that make sense?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying when you asked me originally about her, the woman in the red dress. That's exactly what I was getting my point across for. Yes, nailed it.
It is right on. Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Crip Brick.
Yeah, thanks.
Show Revolution Radio in the house, man. Studio A all the way. Yeah.
Cut my teeth. Shout out Rev Radio.
Fuck yeah. All right, Zerlith, it's been fun, man.
I've had a blast. I love being the center
11:33.
of attention for 5 hours.
But hey, this is good practice, and yeah, I love it. I love your energy and articulation, and yeah, just overall presence in the mix, man. Yeah, you got
Thank
a
you.
good vibe around you, and I appreciate it. I'm sorry your Locke, is that his name?
Yeah, he's
The
good.
reptilian guy, yeah.
He's
He's
all right. He's all right.
right on, brother. Well, yeah. Please plug in anything you want for anyone to check out your stuff. I know I follow you on Instagram. You seem pretty active over there,
Yeah, I have a
more
reasonable
than
amount
anywhere
of
else, I
activity.
guess. So
Yeah. So I'm Zerilath on Instagram, Zerilath Immortal on YouTube, which has been streaming this presentation here, and I've been trying to keep an eye on everything. I see Pearl Jones. I'll say this, yeah, keep in touch. Pearl Jones has been a very long time friend of mine. She talks to various spirits and ghosts and whatnot, including Crowley. And believe me, I believe her for very good reasons. I'm going to have her on. We're going to talk a little bit about the other side, and especially what's going on with souls on the other side, and like why she has a particular connection with Crowley and things like that. And yeah, and I'm going through this Heidegger read, so I would recommend, if you like these long form kind of dissertations, I read Martin Heidegger's Being in Time, and I have older channels that were deleted that I've got some fragments on Odyssey and BitChute. Zerilath on Odyssey, Zerilath on BitChute, Zerilath Immortal on Odyssey, because a second backup channel was auto-generated on Odyssey for me, and I wanted it to be just one, but whatever. Anyway, those are all the places where you can find what I could preserve of my original last two channels. I seem to be. I think the beast is done spitting out like my YouTube presence, and that I'm not going to be harassed anymore right now. I'll try harder to get kicked off of YouTube by noble truth, I promise. But for now, the channel's here.
fuck yeah, yeah, that's great, and yeah, I appreciate you continuing to spread yourself out there, even though it's hard out there. I'm sure you've been shadow banned, booted off certain,
Oh,
platforms in the
I'm
past. And
I'm sure of it. I've had this channel now for 2 years, and I'm only like 240 something subs. With the amount of content I pump out. Grant, like I'm not like a hashtagger. I don't like super network. I'm not big about having a billion Facebook friends, and I grew up. I'm like last leg of Generation X. I'm not that in love with being on the internet.
oh shit, how old are you, by the way, if you don't mind?
Ho ho ho! Oh, I
Or
love
what
this
year were
question.
you born in?
How? First off, how old do you think I am? I love this question.
I think you're just like a couple years older than me, and I was born in '83.
Okay, yeah, you're close. You're close. I'm 44.
76.
Older than you? Wait, are you guessing that I was born in 76?
Maybe.
Maybe. Because I just said it and I couldn't tell.
Yeah. I said that after I didn't calculate that, but
Right. Because like 80, like you said, old. Okay, well, all right. Anyway, I'm 44.
yeah, like so I think that's cool, yo. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
That's a brilliant number. Fuck yeah, man. Oh shit. Pearl Jones. She's got that 76 in the mix right
Mm,
there.
yeah.
Almost there.
She don't look it though. She don't look it though.
Hell no. We're youthing up in here.
Yeah.
Fuck this shit. Age ain't nothing but a number. Anyway, so yeah. Steven, once again, thank you so much for your fucking awesome presentation. I really enjoyed that, from the beginning to the end. Yeah, definitely was not redundant at all to, Mark Passio's version of Matrix 4, which is what I was gonna showcase. Yeah, maybe tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Like I had started putting this together before he released his. So
Cool.
like I was adding in stuff afterwards cuz it's like, "Oh, well, he beat me to it. Now I have to turn it into a rebuttal."
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. And for me, like, you think about it, in any given time when those things are happening, it fuels the fire and the flames of the creativity and the energy that drives, the the focus and all that stuff towards, making all that happen, man. Like I'm sure you spent, weeks, months on end doing that, right?
Well, that's what it's been with Heidegger. The Matrix thing took me a couple of weeks because of the meticulous amount of time I had to go and get the screenshot I wanted for the point that I was making, especially because I had to play with the player and get it just right because like the room Neo's with the analyst to get the right frame where I could get as much of that statue behind his head to try to figure out what the F it is or to ask the audience if they recognize it. Right? It's the time I put in to cutting that up just right, sticking it in the slideshow, and all that. Yeah, just a lot of work.
Yeah, but
Proud of it.
it goes a long way, and that's kind of part of that art of the craft, which I love. And yeah, Chris Jensen, he's in the house.
Yeah, what up,
And I with
Chris?
a bunch of cats did a cool segment about that. But yeah, man, yeah, it's great to have you on. I really want to continue doing some other stuff with you in the future, and check out your other works, and yeah, keep the wheels turning within the connections and cross pollinations and throughout the iMaga nations.
That's it. Yeah, thank you. And one last little tidbit. If you notice that my talents in divination are to your liking, Zerilath at yahoo.com. Shoot me an email. and I do a tarot rune reading system that also involves I Ching, animal spirit, and a little whisper in the woods.
Zerilath teachings at yahoo.com.
Zerilath at yahoo.com. Pretty darn simple.
Word. I just want to type that out to show the folks so they know. And it's been a hell of a show. And yeah. Thanks everyone for coming through. Yeah, Stephen, thank you so much for.
Thank you.
It seems like you linked up my stream with on your end. That's
Yes,
fun,
I
man.
did.
You got to show me that neat little trick. Even though I could kind of.
It was there when I was going through the setup because I hadn't been on Restream before.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
That'll do it. Fuck yeah. You're doing it through OBS then, or?
No, Restream just did this. It's all on Restream. I didn't open up anything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's cool because
it sets it all up after you tell it your Google account.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
You just have to confirm what platforms to do it on. If it wasn't so rushed, I could have done this on Facebook and my other platforms too.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Damn, yeah. Another time, brother, man. But yeah, because I see, Pearl Jones. Thank you so much for checking this out. When I see comments from her on your end, I see it says paired, and so that's how I know that
Yeah, that's coming from my chat room.
Word, yeah.
Yeah.
That's that cross pollination. So yeah, I love that vibration. So
Susie Q and Pearl have been long-standing supporters of mine. I love them to death.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad they popped in. Hope y'all spent some good time wisely with us and got something from us. And from the East Coast to the French side of things, thanks so much, Stephen. Once again, my friend, everyone else out there, we'll be back again. I don't know when, but it's been fun. Ciao for now.
Ciao.
Fuck yeah, she is loyal.